Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage, founder of The Next Lighthouse, Samuel Uosho. Please welcome to the stage, founder of The Next Lighthouse, Samuel Uosho.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for making it here today, braving the strikes. I hear it's going to rain. There might be locusts and bees and famine. Thanks for coming. Today we have an amazing lineup for you. I've been here all week, not emceeing thankfully, but in the audience like you, listening to so many incredible founders and startups who are going to change the world. However, I can guarantee that we've saved some of the best till last. However, before we go into some of that, I want to get to know you, and hopefully you can get to know me, and we can lay the groundwork for what's going to happen today. How many of you here believe in climate change? It's an important issue. We need to do something about it. Great. Keep your hand up if you think it's an urgent issue. We're not doing enough. We need to move faster. That's fantastic. How many have a clue about how much it's going to cost, roughly? Give me an annual number. So by show of hands, let's go with 100 billion a year. Okay, nobody. 200 billion a year. Every year we need to spend 200 billion. 500 billion, a trillion. No, okay. So credible estimates have put the annual cost of the investments that we need to make in the kind of technologies that we're going to hear about today at $4 trillion a year. So $4 trillion a year, we need to invest in renewable technologies, low carbon technologies, if we've got any chance of making 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. So the question is, where's this money going to come from? My name is Sam Uosho. I'm founder of The Next Lighthouse, and we're an impact advisory firm that help infrastructure operators and innovators to develop the financing mechanisms that attract external capital to their portfolios. Having spent 15 years in financing infrastructure, I understand too well the challenges that founders as well as actually innovators face in overcoming the noise and the fog of inertia, because infrastructure was not designed to change. And so what do? We equip these people with the language, the business model, and the financing mechanisms to cut through the noise and to guide their innovations to success. So what's the problem? Well, On the one hand, positive news is that we've made a lot of change since the last 20 years. A lot of good things have happened, capital's gone up, new technologies have come to the market, and that's great. But the problem is we've got much, much further to go. And the reality when we think about it is that the progress we've made so far has largely been low-hanging fruit. And like procrastinating teenagers, we need to work quite hard right now and very, very quickly. I'll give you two examples. Initially, we had great climate regulation, and we still have a lot of good climate regulation. The problem is, as we move forward, claims and counterclaims of greenwashing, green wishing, green hushing, and so on and so forth have come to the fore, and now we're lost from the fog. My favorite is future washing, which is this weird tendency for firms to set goals so far out in the future without any kind of scientific way of meeting those targets. Net zero by 2050 is a very good example of these. Now, the good thing is that we've had a lot of good climate regulation, but the problem is they're reaching the tipping point of their usefulness, aka more regulation is not necessarily the answer. Another example. So over the past 20 years, many economies have made lots of laudable efforts to transition from fossil fuels to renewable technologies. So closing down coal mines, opening up wind farms, great and positive. However, what we did was we displaced our emissions to other countries, but we continued to consume the same amount anyway. So it's not clear that overall global emissions are coming down. And anyway, economic instability means that lots of these countries are looking to bring back onshore a lot of their energy provision to ensure that they have energy security in an unstable world. So what do we face here? The challenge is that we have to put people back at the center of the transition. And so what we do is we help founders, as well as those who are operating within the local governments and national governments, to crowd in private finance so that for users, the energy is cheaper. Because I believe that if renewable energy has not reached price parity with traditional energy, we will not make the transition anywhere. When we onboard our clients, we go through a 3-week diagnostic phase to understand how close they are to getting private finance. Now, we don't have time to go through our due diligence process, but we ask them 5 key questions, and I'll go through them just now. The first question, is this the right technology? Now, the interesting thing about climate tech is it's very place-based. What works here is not going to work in Canada, it's not going to work in Australia necessarily, it's not going to work in Egypt. So context matters. Political, economic, geographical context matters hugely. And for those of you who are familiar with wind and solar farms, if the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining, it doesn't work. So show us your feasibility. Don't just say climate change is important, invest in my technology. Show that you understand the context and that your technology fits within this context. The next question is, has it been done elsewhere? Or more accurately, are there parts of your innovation that have shown learning from other places? So, if you're going to convince other people, whether it's investors or the government, to invest or be clients of your new technology, they are going to be risk averse. You need to demonstrate with your credibility that you are building on what already has been shown to exist rather than starting from scratch. Because understandably, infrastructure is not a move fast, fail fast environment. Third, is there an opportunity for revenue generation? Now, there's lots of government grants out there, lots of philanthropic capital, but in order to get to the $4 trillion annually that we need to find revenue-seeking and return-seeking capital. In order to do that, we need revenue-gaining projects. Does your project have the ability to gain a revenue? I've been involved in projects where we've bundled projects together, and so we can borrow from one to another. The fourth question we ask, who are your core counterparties? and what do they need to get to the next stage. So, for example, I have been involved in projects where you've got the founder, the innovator, they interface with the government as the main client and the key buyer. They also interface with the regulator, and of course, they interface with an investor. Now, they need the regulator to give them the go-ahead to approve their product. But the regulator needs the government to say, this product is what we're going to buy. But the government needs the investor to say, we're going to invest in this project. And so most innovators are stuck in a doom cycle, and they don't know where to go further. So we do the work of bringing these counterparties together and forcing them to order what the right critical steps are to get to the next phase. And finally, work out what the minimum viable product is to progress into the next phase. There are lots of people you will find in your orbit who will ask you lots of questions. But like I say, there are some questions and there are some questions. Find out what the most important questions are and focus solely and exclusively on those critical questions to move forward, because otherwise you'll be stuck in inertia. Now, I don't have too much time to talk too much more about the different ways in which we make projects viable for investment, but please contact me on LinkedIn, find us on the website, and we can have a chat if you've got a project or an investment that you think is ripe for external capital. So I'll give you a couple of examples. There was one project that we worked on where, like I said, the regulator refused to accept the project until the government agreed to buy and until the investor agreed to invest. And so what we did was we asked the government to provide us enough capital to fund one pilot. And by funding one pilot, we could show that the technical, economic, and geographical conditions of the project worked. What we then did in parallel to the project, we brought together an investment advisory committee, not to oversee that project, but to treat the project like it would the wider program, i.e., what questions would you ask of this project if you were going to invest? And so live, as we developed the pilot project, we answered the investors' questions on the future project. So when the pilot was done, we were able to progress. Now that's enough from me. Please make welcome our panel. And this panel is going to focus on fossil fuels and how we phase them out to get a green climate. Please welcome Oliver Balk, Dominic Palmer, and Tori Sui. Thank you very much. Sorry, guys. I'm reliably informed that the people who were supposed to speak have slightly been held up somewhere. But thankfully, the guys afterwards are here. So we'll get them on instead. We've got Thomas Zimmer, Lauren Sals, and Angela Marie, who are going to talk about smart cities and whether they are truly green. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome. So, I like to start talking about accessibility and its relations with smart cities. When you think that charging up is more expensive than filling up in a lot of places, I'd like to hear from you, Thomas, on how you see the whole green premium issue and how mobility companies like yourselves can ensure that like the whole electric ride-hailing is accessible for everyone?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as we do predominantly focus on taxi, it's regulated by the meter, right? So, and this means if you book our green option, we do have a green fleet in every city that we're operating. So if you do book that, it's the same price, same as an ICE in the combustion engine. So for the user, there is no premium. You just have the choice also to go on a specific green fleet. If you book the regular one, you might also get an EV because there's an increasing amount of EVs in our fleet, but you can specifically choose it for the same price. So that's what we can do on a platform level on the user side. And then on the other hand, we can try to just also get more EVs onto the platform. So we don't own the vehicles, we can't just force it, but we do try to help our drivers and fleet operators to electrify their fleets, right? So try to work out deals with OEMs where they can get a proper discount if they transition to an EV vehicle. And in some countries, that's also supported by the state and even becoming mandatory. I mean, in London, for example, very prominently, all new black cabs need to be electric. In Hamburg, where we are based with our HQ, from next year on, all new taxis need to be EV. There's no allowance to register a new taxi which has a combustion engine.
Do you have a goal in terms of the electrification of your fleet?
Yeah, I mean, as said, we can't really force it, so we can support it, but we're making really good progress. So last year, 23, we for the first time hit above 50% of our fleet is now either hybrid or electric. So that's very, very good to see. And then we also do see that almost 40% of the trips are on electric vehicles for the ride-hailing side. And if you look into micromobility like scooters, e-bikes, e-mopeds, obviously that's even bigger. So on the micromobility side, close to 80% are already on EV vehicles. So we're making very good progress. Obviously, we want to bring it close to 100% over the time, but we need to, kind of do it in an indirect way by supporting.
Interesting. Lauren, I wanted to hear from you whether you think that smart city is always synonymous with green city. I'm thinking that in a lot of urban projects, in areas like housing, which is right up your street, they often incorporate advanced technology, but sometimes they lack a really strong environmental framework.
Yeah,
How do you see that?
I'll say that smart cities are certainly not inherently green. Smart cities can be green, but if you think about the technologies as part of smart cities, so some things like automation and also giving building owners more control, those are things that are more efficient, that are green. You think about other technologies, for example, things that are AI. AI has the potential to be a net positive for climate, but right now it's not. It uses a tremendous amount of energy. And so they're not inherently green, they can be. The other thing about smart cities is sometimes if you use old technology, it can be very green. So things like heat pumps, insulation, those are things that can improve the carbon footprint of a city tremendously and can be very tech-enabled. It's actually technology that has existed already for decades. So I think for smart cities to be green, there needs to be a particular goal in mind and measurement of how green the city will be. I think you also have to be very mindful of the materials used to build and to retrofit cities to be smart.
What about regulation? What do you think is missing there to make sure that these smart developments are actually aligned with strong environmental goals?
Regulation has both pluses and minuses, right? So I think you can have regulation for smart cities to be more green, but it can also slow down the development of smart cities and a lot of these green technologies as well. So I think in terms of regulation, I think it's important that regulators think through not just the most obvious thing that's going to happen, but the second and third order things that are going to happen as well, because sometimes it can hurt more than it helps.
Right. Thomas, when you took over as CEO a few years ago, you said that sustainability was one of your goals. We discussed electrification of the fleet just now. In what other ways are you changing your strategy to meet that goal?
Yeah, I mean, for us as a company, 95% of the emissions are by the rides. So we are not a manufacturer, so our own footprint is very small in general. And we signed the points that I mentioned in terms of electrification of the fleet, because that is a major impact we can drive in terms of CO2 emissions. We really also try to work with the cities, right? So, and also providing data to the cities in their city planning, because obviously we have a lot of live traffic data, right? And where the flow of cars is going, and really also working together with the cities for their future planning of how cities might change, because they will change and they need to change. And so beside the electrification and reducing the carbon footprint, we're also trying to provide input into kind of smart planning for the future cities.
Right. Working with the government, I wanted to hear your thoughts on that. What do you think are the most productive discussion spaces that you think that, okay, this is actually moving the needle? You always involved in that sort of conversation, Lauren. What would you say are the most effective stakeholders, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, we work a lot with both the government and utilities on rebate programs, which is basically, there is a green premium a lot, especially for getting something like a heat pump, which is more efficient than fossil fuel equipment that saves people money over the long term, but it's more expensive upfront. And so we do believe that the government has a strong role in incentivizing and making this more affordable for people. But, government incentives, utility incentives can be tricky because it's public money, it needs to be held very accountable. And so sometimes there's going to be a lot of red tape to actually deploy the money.
But do you think they're catching up in terms of their awareness or
I definitely think that the government can play a huge role in terms of awareness. At least in the US, there is a huge awareness problem around heat pumps, around insulation, and a lot of the things that can make cities green. People aren't aware of what the opportunities are, and I think that government funding plays a huge role in people becoming more aware of these
technologies. So you think people are more cognizant of the urgency?
100%. I think, in the US in 2022, that's when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. Actually, very few dollars in terms of the rebates have been actually deployed at this point. But despite that, there has been an increased interest in heat pumps because people are hearing about it. The press are covering heat pumps, people are talking about them. People are saying these rebates are coming. Again, it's been over 2 years, but they're finally about to be here. And so I think it's this kind of critical moment in the market where people are aware, and then all of a sudden they're going to become a lot more affordable.
Right. Thomas, you have operations in a lot of countries, and you talk about these things all the time. So how do you perceive the changing attitudes to sustainability and the whole smart cities / green cities debate?
Yeah, I would say, again, different areas. I think from the consumer side, we do see an increasing interest. People become more mindful. Luckily, people have understand that climate change is real, right? So and that there's ways everybody can individually also contribute to making it better in the future. I think the most notable ones are that cities are really starting to change, right? Here, especially in Europe, beside regulation and in terms of making it mandatory, for example, to have EV vehicles registered, is they're really changing the structure of cities, right? So very recently, I mean, Paris started already with like car prohibited zones. They are now expanding that, right? So the city center of Paris, you only can go in the future either by public transport, by taxi, or if you have a business there and you need to be there. But they are really trying to make it more car-free. There's other examples where there are car-free zones. Barcelona, also very nice example. They are planning and already started on the way to build back 1 million of square kilometers of roads and parking spaces into recreational areas. So you really see that the city is starting to go back from car first to actually citizens first and try to make it more livable again. And I think the biggest challenge there is to also make sure that it still stays convenient, because that's the biggest hurdle in the whole smart city electrification. We all want less congestion, we all want cities to be greener and quieter. We all actually do understand that private car ownership is not the way to get there, But the hurdle, I think, that needs to be jointly taken by private companies, but also the public sector, is really to make it as convenient as it is at the moment, because it is the most blocker for people to actually do the change. They always say, I would, but it's, I don't know, if my commute increases by double the time by taking another mode of transportation, this is a very hard step to take. So we need to ensure that it's actually convenient enough to choose a better option.
Sure. Looking towards the future, what do you see as the most promising opportunities, like of stakeholder engagement in terms of driving smart/green cities initiatives? Because often we put it all on government shoulders or only startup shoulders. What do you see as something promising that perhaps we're not looking into? Lauren?
I would say that some of the most promising things are awareness and customers becoming more aware of the benefits of these green technologies and smart technologies, and not just the fact that they help save the environment. I think that saving the environment or being smart, like those are frankly losing messages, right? I think the messages that are going to win is these are premium technologies, this is a better way to live, I'll be more comfortable, I'll be safer, buildings will last for longer. And I think that we are going to start seeing that more and more, and I think we have seen that over the past few years. And I'm excited basically once there's more of a pull from building owners rather than a push on building owners.
Right. I have a last question for both of you. Who do you think should bear responsibility when a city fails to deliver on its green promises? What do you think, Thomas?
It's a tough question, right? It's always a question if something fails, who takes responsibility? And then I think it depends on the reason. I think there is a clear accountability of the cities to provide the right framework, because that's something from the private sector. You can't change the laws, you can't change the infrastructure by yourself, you can only give input. So I think to the point to provide the right framework, it very much sits with the cities. And I think then it shifts to the private sector or a combination. In our case, if you talk public transport, it's normally state-owned, right? But a combination of then the public and the private sector to fill that framework with life, right? So if the framework is there and we don't deliver on that, that's on us. But
sure.
If the framework is not there, we will run against the wall.
And transparency as well, I guess. What about you, Lauren? What do you think?
I do think that the framework is important, but I think that cities and city planners can only do so much. I think it's important for the private sector to take responsibility. I think it's important for individual citizens to take responsibility, not just all of us to throw our hands up and say, well, the city didn't tell us to do X, Y,
but these
Z
things
thing.
have a habit of going under the carpet, right? And the citizens are often just left to deal with the consequences, right? So it should be transparent and
Yes,
information open to everyone.
Yeah, I think transparency is very important, and consumers having the information that they need to make good, smart decisions.
Sure. Okay, unfortunately, that's all we have time for. Thank you so much, Lauren and Thomas. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We are revolutionizing the production of native arboreal plants with advanced biotechnology. The lack of seedlings in restoration projects is a big challenge, and our goal is to help reforest Brazil by producing high-quality seedlings on a large scale.
Greener Act, a platform and app that helps organizations integrate sustainability through individual efforts, creating change from within. Lead your members to reconnect with nature, support a healthy workspace, and track progress towards your ESG goals. Join Greener Act and make a lasting impact.
Epilepsy can be fatal, yet 86% of nocturnal seizures go unnoticed, causing significant anxiety. That's why we developed LambC, a smart home device that delivers AI-powered seizure alerts to caregivers, bringing peace of mind and saving lives.
Package Plus helps companies like TSMC and Uniqlo replace single-use packaging with circular and carbon tracking solutions. We reduce 80% carbon emission, increase brands' ESG image, and lower their packaging costs. We believe we can make packaging greener.
Such great conversation with our friends about smart cities. Electrification is a huge deal. Of course, it brings challenges with respect to the grid and how we facilitate that. But it starts with us transitioning away from fossil fuels, and that's what this conversation is going to be about. Thankfully, they've arrived, and they weren't deterred by the traffic. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage Tori Choi, Dominique Palmer, and Oliver Buck. Thank you very much.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hello, how are we doing? Last day at Web Summit. Well done, guys. Well done for coming to the Earth Summit, or whatever we're calling it. This is where the important stuff gets discussed. 80 years ago, the world was on its brink. The US had dropped a nuclear bomb, 2 bombs. Then we get the Cold War. Everyone's terrified that the world is going to finish. And yet, a group of small countries come together and agree a treaty to stop the proliferation of nuclear bombs. That was 50 years ago. We haven't had a nuclear war yet. Nuclear bombs are still out there, but at least we haven't had, and this treaty has been central to that. We're at a similar tipping point now with fossil fuels, with climate change. People are terrified about where the world's going, and this amazing group have come together to launch another treaty, this time a fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty. Tori, tell us a bit about how this treaty works, what it is, how you're involved in it.
Thank you so much, Oliver, and it's great to see so many faces here that I recognize, and apologies for our delay. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is the world's first plan to end the expansion of coal, oil, and gas. And the key is in the name. Non-proliferation in itself is one of our 3 pillars. On top of that, we're trying to strive for a just transition to make sure that no workers are left behind. And we're also trying to do an equitable phase-out in a rapid time frame, given that we have surpassed 1.5 degrees of warming for the first time this year. And my role within the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is I'm a senior advisor, both from the youth climate justice perspective, but also in trying to build coalitions between different organizations, from the entertainment industry, tech, to influential people and politicians as well.
So the nuclear treaty is signed by countries, and the fossil fuel treaty, who's behind it? How do you get involved? How's it structured? Just give us a bit of an idea of it.
Yeah, so we're a coalition and a group of different people from all walks of life, primarily from the climate justice space. Many of us have worked in energy sectors, many of us have worked in the justice sector before, but the sort of overarching scope of how we operate is we get nation states to endorse, cities, organizations, industries, and leaders, so all walks of life. And so far we have 14 countries that have endorsed our treaty, and it's growing, predominantly from the Global South, the Pacific, who have also spearheaded a large part of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty as well.
Brilliant. And Dominique, you're a youth activist on climate change. You're involved in this treaty. Why do you invest your time and energy in a treaty like this?
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you so much. It's so great to see everyone here today. So yes, I am a youth climate justice activist and a treaty champion. And one of the reasons I'm so excited about the Fossil Fuel Treaty and the momentum building around it is that governments and cities and leaders from all walks of life can boldly sign on and choose life over the destructive practices that have got us here in the first place. And as a youth activist, we see how the money that is lining the profits of fossil fuel companies is preventing so many people from living in dignity. And young people have been a key part in leading the largest environmental movement in history, which is also why I'm a founding member of the Youth Climate Justice Fund as well in my work, to redistribute funds to young people across the world. But we need pressure on every level of society, and this treaty really gives us hope in that, because governments, despite the global movement, are still on track to produce more than double the fossil fuels. That would be in line with the Paris Agreement goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and considerably more than is compatible with the nationally determined contributions. So we have the solutions, but we're missing the political will, and so the treaty really sets a precedent here into global cooperation. It complements the Paris Agreement and really encourages that global cooperation, because oil, gas, and coal and fossil fuel companies, not only is fossil fuels responsible for the majority of emissions, but they also fuel wars, have committed human rights abuses in the Niger Delta, they threaten biodiversity, and essentially are weapons of mass destruction. So I'm also really glad you brought up the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, because that was also such a key way in preventing proliferation. So as a young person looking towards the future, the treaty really gives me hope for concrete action.
Yeah. That's powerful words, though. Weapons of mass destruction to describe fossil fuels. What kind of response do you get when you go to policymakers or industry with that kind of language? They're much happier talking about green tech and green energy and the transition to a low-carbon economy. They don't really want to talk about weapons of mass destruction. So is that an intentional strategy on your part to position the treaty? I guess what I'm asking is the function of the treaty to structure the debate.
I think the rhetoric of it being a weapon of mass destruction is something that's quite commonplace within people in the climate justice movement, but obviously we have to be quite tactical when we're speaking to different stakeholders, especially because fossil fuels and the use of fossil fuels in society has become so normalized. And we even see fossil fuel organizations operating with what we call a social license through sponsorship deals, through cultural institutions, to the point that it's become so commonplace in society that we can't even imagine an alternative. What comes to mind is Mark Fisher's capitalist realism here, that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than an end to capitalism and extraction. I think that in the case of the fossil fuel treaty, quite frankly, referring to them as weapons of mass destruction isn't actually too far from the truth. We're also seeing the way, for instance, that the tobacco industry used to have a great hold on global health conferences. And now we've finally sort of shifted that culture of realizing the dissonance of actually having, the main culprit, the perpetrator of global health inequality and a global health crisis being named and shamed. And we need to do the same for the fossil fuel industry. Yet despite this, the current COP29, which is taking place in Azerbaijan, has a presidency which called oil and gas a gift from the god. And also we had an intervention and an expose that was released by Global Witness, which showed that they were trying to use the COP to make an oil and gas deal. And the last COP was also held in a petro-state. I mean, the dissonance is just absolutely absurd. It's completely hypocritical, and in my opinion, undermines the integrity of spaces that should be striving for an equitable phase-out of fossil fuels. I mentioned we surpassed 1.5 degrees of warming for the first time. 1.5 degrees is the benchmark set out by the Paris Agreement, which in many ways, 1.5 has kind of become synonymous with this sort of safe level of warming. But even at 1.5, we're going to see catastrophic climate impacts. And what makes things even more concerning is the fact that the Paris Agreement, being this global framework to phase out from fossil fuels, does not mention coal, oil, and gas once. And they account for over 80% of global carbon emissions. They are the leading cause of the climate crisis. Yet our own UNFCCC framework does not mention fossil fuels, and that's why we need a fossil fuel treaty.
Dominique, I want to know, you're a young person, what gives you hope? I mean, you mentioned the tobacco industry and how it's being held to account. We mentioned nuclear armaments and how that is slowed down, or not proliferated at least. But the odds feel stacked against you. And you mentioned what's happening this week in Baku. We're looking at a Trump presidency that's all about dig, dig, dig. So, Dominique, give us some hope. What keeps you at the fight, and why do you think the treaty is an important reason for optimism?
I think one thing that really gives me hope is truly the incredible momentum behind the movement that has been driving climate action. A lot of the frameworks that we are seeing now, a lot of the policies that are being pushed for is because people drove that. And I think it's really important that we realize the climate crisis isn't just abstract and about emissions, but also about people and communities. And as Tori mentioned, the treaty, for example, has really been spearheaded by those in the front lines of the climate crisis and in the Pacific, such as Tuvalu and Fiji. And I get so much hope from how people are mobilizing on the ground so that we don't just survive, but also thrive. And so we can have justice at the heart of this transition. And as we're speaking now, there's currently a court case actually happening in the UK where we just were to stop the Rosebank oil field, the largest undeveloped oil field in the UK, and it's been brought to the courts because of the incredible people power. And so I think that is something that really gives me hope, is that we are creating hope every day, and that action is truly what's going to get us to the climate victory we need.
Brilliant. You used the phrase, it's a lovely phrase, not just survive, but thrive. I mean, that's what the tech industry's all about, right? It's the promise of a better world, of things being more efficient, of us living fuller lives. How can the tech industry support an initiative like this? Well, why should it support an initiative like this? And then what can it do? Tori, maybe you've got some ideas.
So the tech industry is currently responsible for 3.5% of global carbon emissions, which might seem like a small amount, but that's on par with the global aviation industry. And as with most industries, it's projected to increase. We're seeing a 6% increase in energy consumption each year. And those have grave impacts. I think we need to remember that each degree of warming matters, each percentage of an incremental increase matters, and has devastating impacts on people all across the world. I think it'd be very easy for me to lambast the tech industry and talk about how awful it is, how it needs to decarbonize, how we need to get to net zero, but I want to frame this as an opportunity. This is an opportunity for each and every single person and organization and industry to be part of the change and to set the benchmark for how we should be creating a more equitable society. And to be at the forefront of that change is a really exciting thing, and I think could actually galvanize some real momentum and excitement about what the future could look like. I do also want to stress that if I were to have demands from the tech industry besides decarbonization and net zero being in keeping with 1.5, I want to see more divestment from investments in fossil fuel companies. I don't want them to platform these industries. They are extremely corrupt. I also want to see misinformation and disinformation being targeted, because so many tech platforms allow for these companies and these industries to proliferate absolute nonsense that is only setting our targets back. And I think if I can reason with you on the basis of humanity, no one in this room can escape the climate crisis. And I think sometimes we have this sort of impression that some of us might be invincible, while our wealth and perhaps our proximity to power will allow us to circumvent some of the worst of the climate crisis. The reality is each and every single one of us, our loved ones, our families, are going to be impacted by this crisis. Our businesses are going to be impacted by this crisis. The cost is going to be far greater if we do not take action now. So we need to be thinking long-term. We can't just be thinking about short-term profit. And so my ask would be for people in the tech industry to get on board behind the treaty. You can head to our website, you can endorse it, and you can start seeing real and concrete change by doing so.
Fantastic. Go to the website, endorse it. Who knew that stat that the tech industry has the same carbon footprint as aviation? So I didn't, but I was thinking as you said it, how many people don't fly, and got into my head that might be a stage where your footprint, as it grows, people begin stepping away from technology, which is clearly what we don't want. So there's skin in the game for you to come up with solutions. Dominique, we've got 42 seconds left. I was wondering if there's a trend in the technology sector that gives you hope that either is happening now, you'd like to see grow, or you'd like to see them go away and invent.
I think I'd second what Tori said on building more momentum. I'm seeing little bits of it towards divestment away from fossil fuel companies, and more people within the tech industry and in businesses who are questioning if their business model aligns with sustaining life on Earth. And I think that has to be at the heart of every decision that's happening. So I do also really encourage everyone to sign on to the Fossil Fuel Treaty and to think without healthy ecosystems and our planet, there is no tech industry. And everything that we love is so, so worth saving.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So go onto the website, sign up, show your support for the treaty, and let's beat those fossil fuel bullies down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented
Thanks,
now.
guys. Thanks for staying with us.
We need to move people from
As well. To guide us through the conversation, I want to invite Oliver back on stage alongside our friend Aurélien, CEO of Electra. Thank you very much.
from apathy to action.
It's me again. I was just warming the seat from the last session. And this time we're on cars, electrification of transport. And Aurélien, it's great to have you. Your passion is the charging piece and charging infrastructure, but you can talk to the bigger picture as well. But before we get on to questions of the benefits of electrification, how we get there, some of the politics, tell me a bit about Electra, this company that you founded a couple of years ago.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. So Electra is a company we founded 4 years ago. And basically, we are what we call a CPO, charge point operator. So we deploy fast charging stations to help people charge their car. And we only focused on super fast charging. So that's approximately 15 to 20 minutes to charge your car. And the initial idea was to say, we need to shift to electrification. And it's a chicken and egg problem. We need cars, and I think the OEMs are working hard on this to provide some better products, better autonomy, range, faster charging, and then we also need the infrastructure. And we're working on this side of the force.
Yeah. Let's be frank, let's cut to the chase. After much excitement on electric vehicles and the electrification of transport, especially here in Europe, it feels like, I don't know, the skeptics are beginning to win out. People are frustrated with government phase-out plans for the combustion engines. Are you still optimistic? I mean, how do you read the current narrative?
Yeah, I have to be optimistic. I'm an entrepreneur, so I have to be, otherwise I don't sleep at night. So I'm very optimistic on the direction that we will go for electrification. This is a no-brainer. It is going to happen for a single reason, that it's better for climate. It's a better product, actually. It's a better technology. An electric car has a much higher efficiency than a combustion engine car. And also for a simple reason that in the European Union, we import 99% of our oil. We don't have oil here. So buses, trucks, cars, boats, planes, motorbikes, they all run on petrol. And this petrol we have to buy from Saudi Arabia and countries that are thousands of miles away. So we produce our own electricity, and particularly in Europe, where we've been pushing on renewables. So we need to go for electrification. It's an absolute no-brainer. I have kids, and when they will be adults and in the age of driving, I think they will tell me, but how could you live in a combustion engine car world with noise, pollution? Must have been a nightmare. Now, to your point specifically, I think it was never going to be a straight line. So there are some bumps on the road. Yes, this year we have seen a number of car sales that is not as high as what we expected. But we have to remember that the shift to electrification, started only like 3-4 years ago for real. So it's very recent. And the OEMs, the car manufacturers, they need 2 to 3 years to develop a new car model. So to have the proper car models, the proper infrastructure, takes a bit of time. And last, do you know the percentage of people who have an electric car is 2.5 to 3-4% in car stock. So it's a very small minority. So electric cars are a new thing, and so there's a lot of skepticism. And you hear a lot of nonsense about electric cars. Some people will tell you it's more expensive. Some people will tell you it's even worse for the environment. Some people will tell you batteries are very polluting, our industry is not ready, etc., etc. I'm sure at Christmas dinner you will find a lot of people who are anti-electric car and will tell you how bad this is. So what we have to change is the narrative to turn it more positive, I think.
Yeah. I'd like to think that of the 3 to 4% of car owners that have an EV, we outweigh that in the audience. EVs, EV owners? Yeah, good on you. And I'm guessing that you also think the performance of your car is better than the combustion engine. But we're still not buying them. And that's because why? Because they're too expensive. Well, let's talk about the expense. So you said it's a chicken and egg. The chicken being the OEMs. We've got these Chinese cars coming in at the moment. They're quite cheap, and yet the European Union is beginning to put tariffs of them up to 45%, which presumably is going to push the price up. If we're interested in electrifying quickly, surely there shouldn't be any tariffs. It doesn't matter if it comes from Germany or China. As long as it's cheap, it works, and we can use it, that's good news.
Yeah, I think the tariff is an interesting point because it's not really black and white in my mind. It's good in a way because it protects our industry, and we make sure that the European OEMs can actually take a bit of time to adapt and move to electric cars. On the other hand, as you said, it's going to maybe increase a little bit the price of cars. To be honest, I think when you look at the global picture, German OEMs are making, Volkswagen is making 60% of their profits in China and 40% of their revenues. So if you take a step back, there would be some good Chinese who buy German cars and bad Chinese who try to sell Chinese cars to Europe. So we need to be fair here. If they have some good products, they can compete. That's just the way I think it goes.
So let's talk about the egg, the charging side. If the cars are good and your performance is better, the consumer experience has always been, it's often been on the charger side, right? You get there and it's broken, you got there and there's a queue. But that's changing, and thanks to companies like yours, really, it's a good news tech story, this shift to fast charging, efficient billing.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the good news, as you say, is that in the past 2 to 3 years, the game has changed dramatically. So the infrastructure has developed a lot. We invest 1.5 billion euros in 9 countries in Europe, and there's many players like us who are also investing in infrastructure. So I think 2 to 3 years ago, there was many stories about, yes, some people were queuing, some people were having some problem of reliability when they tried to charge and it didn't work. And you can imagine that this can be a major problem. And the thing is, this has changed a lot, honestly. There's hardly any queue at charge points today because there's many chargers, and the reliability has improved by a lot. So I think the stories of yesterday are still going on, but us, in the ecosystem, we need to be better at communication. Because I live in Paris, I live in France, but I travel around Europe and it's the same everywhere. You look at the media and the headlines is always, electric cars, is this the good choice after all? Electric cars is the graveyard of our industry. Electric cars, is it so good after all? 300 kilometers, you know, it's a lot of criticism. And I think it depends on us if we look at it as an opportunity or as a constraint. And it's definitely an opportunity for the reasons that I explained regarding oil. There is no oil in Europe, I say it again. So let's embrace it and let's be the best at it.
Yeah. I so hear you, Uriel. I spent 6 months working on an in-depth report for The Guardian on batteries and battery recycling and lithium production in Europe. And they said, oh, we want to back EVs. We're all about, you know, this has got to be the right thing to do. And you know what title they put on it? The struggle for white gold. And it was, oh no.
Yeah.
On the tech side, what's the most exciting thing you think's happening? Specific technology or area of technology, batteries, charging on the OEM side, what are you really excited about at the moment?
Yeah, so I think in our space, there are two main technological advancements which are fabulous to watch. The first one is autonomous driving. We thought it was a fairy tale 1 or 2 years ago, and Tesla has shown that with the FSD12, it really is happening. And particularly now in the political context, you can imagine that Mr. Musk will have no problem to get the regulatory approval to have some autonomous cars on the road. So this, I think, is going to evolve very rapidly. And this can change everything, because basically it changes the relationship you have with your car. You don't necessarily need to own a car, because you can have one which is shared and comes and picks you up at any time. Imagine you put your kids into an autonomous car. They go to, I don't know, to school by themselves. You don't have to do anything. It changes a lot of things. That's the first thing. And the second thing is batteries. And the technology on battery is the #1 topic in terms of R&D in the world. There are like hundreds of thousands of engineers and billions of dollars being poured in this subject. So it's definitely not commoditized. It's highly technical. And what we see is that we have more energy density, faster charging, so that you can have smaller batteries with the same range. You can have much faster charging. I was in China 2 months ago. I charged the car in 10 minutes, like 20 to 80% in 10 minutes. So we're not far from a gas refuel at the station.
Yeah. It does feel exponential. I mean, it was only 5 years ago people were complaining about range anxiety and having to wait on the side of the motorway for 4 hours to get half charge, and now 10 minutes or 20 minutes in your case. I've got a slightly broader question. I'm picking up on the smart cities discussion that we had earlier. I don't know how many people got stuck this morning with the metro strike, but I took a bus. It took me 1 hour and 20 minutes because the traffic was just so terrible. Can electrification, maybe through the autonomous driving or other techniques, how can electrification of our individual cars and our transport system aid traffic flow and efficiency in our cities? Because it's no good if we're all driving electric cars and getting stuck in the same...
Yeah, I think this is a very valid point. Like, you see, the major difference between a combustion engine car and an electric car is, yes, the powertrain is different and it uses electricity, but the other side is that it's very digitalized and very connected. And so the object, the item of an electric car is highly connected. And this is a major difference, and you can just look at it when you go into an electric car compared to a combustion engine car. And typically in the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure that we operate is highly connected as well. And having a good IT is important to have a good and reliable service. And so we communicate with the car, and we can have a lot more interaction. So all I'm saying is that the infrastructure is very connected. I can see in real time how many charge ports are available on a particular station, how many minutes left until someone empties a stall, for example. I can see where the car is. And so this gives a world of new applications that we can have, such as helping traffic, autonomous cars. Of course, they need to be highly connected. And if you have the real-time data and traffic, you can definitely optimize, because what happens today is that it's very suboptimal, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think 1/3 of traffic in the cities are people looking for a parking space. I read that once, just driving around. And obviously with GPS and lasers, you can find a space and reduce. But I wonder, should the priority be more on public electrification of public transport and moving away from this idea of private-owned transport, just to free up our cities, make it more efficient, reduce the need for so many cars on the road?
Yeah, I think it's a story that has been going on for a while. I give you my very honest opinion. Because sometimes I get some feedback of people who tell me, but you are installing infrastructure, but what we need really is less cars. Yes, it's true, but the unfortunate news is that when you look at every single strategic serious study over the course of the next 10 years, the number of cars does not go down. And on 20 years, it's the same. So I can sit down and think, hopefully there will be less cars in the future. It's just not happening. People are still buying cars, and it's even worse because they are buying SUVs and big cars. I regret that. It's not the right thing to do, but it's just a reality. So what my feeling is what we should do is operate in this reality and try to make it better. Try to shift these cars to electric and try with autonomous cars to hopefully make people have a different relationship with the ownership of their car.
Yeah. You're working in 9 markets around Europe, all pretty well developed. Is there a danger with the electrification of transport that we might find a gap between the rich and poor, the north and south, and how can tech help close that gap so that people in Africa, people in Southeast Asia, or wherever, have the same access to the infrastructure that Northern Europeans are enjoying?
Yeah, you're right. I think the infrastructure basically follows the number of cars on the road, okay? So car manufacturers started with some premium cars to enter the market, such as Tesla, by the way, with the Model S. And now they are providing new models which are cheaper and more affordable. So typically, the industry expectation for price parity between combustion and electric car is 2026 or 2027. Because what happens today is that in Europe, European Union, we sell 10 to 12 million cars every year. Out of these cars, about 15% are electric today, so 1.5 million. So of course, you don't have the same economies of scale that you would have if you were at scale. And that is going to help take the price down and make people buy cars that are much more affordable. So that's one. And two, let's remember that driving an electric car costs much less than driving a combustion engine car, because electricity is cheap. In Portugal, there's a lot of renewables. There is nuclear, there's hydro, nuclear in France, but hydro and so on. So we do have a lot of abundant electricity made in Europe. Let's use it. We have a clear advantage. We're not using it today.
Yeah, brilliant. So get in your EVs, save the planet, save yourself some money, and open the passenger doors so let other people in, you know, turn it into your own little taxi, and that way we'll free up our streets as well. Aurélien, thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
The stage is really filling up. It sounds like everyone's got in, the traffic's been amended, the strike is off, the rain has stopped. Happy days are here again. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for those who have just joined us. This is the stage where we're talking about the future of transportation, the future of energy. We've just been talking about electricity and electrified vehicles, but we're now going to go into a session on e-fuels. What's e-fuels? Natasha will explain, but there is a space for different kinds of fuels as we think about different kinds of transportation, and there's a place for all those fuels as we think about the map to a sustainable future. So without further ado, I want to introduce Diogo and Natasha to talk us through e-fuels as a source of fuel. Thank you.
companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. In this session, we'll explore how 12 e-fuels compare with electric power in the push toward net zero. 12 captures carbon dioxide, CO2, and using renewable electricity, transforms it into essential products, traditionally derived from fossil fuels. This process yields E-Jet fuel, a sustainable aviation fuel with up to 90% lower life cycle emissions than conventional jet fuel per gallon, as well as CO2-made materials that serve as sustainable alternatives in various industries. It was easy to explain, right? Very fast. Welcome, Etosha. First question for you. In the race to decarbonize long-haul aviation, how does E-Jet fuel stack up against the idea of electric planes? Can e-fuels really take the lead where battery-powered aviation might struggle?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, really excited to be here with you today and really appreciate your flexibility with this. We initially were going to have a panel and talk about AI in flight, and then we changed to this topic, and so really great to be here having this conversation. So yeah, the question about electric fuels versus battery-powered flight is a very interesting one, and it's a bit nuanced. So I first just want to just level the playing field and make sure we all understand what we mean by electric fuels. So in our specific case, we are using electricity to take carbon dioxide from the air to make liquid hydrocarbons. It's the exact same liquid hydrocarbons that are currently made from petroleum. So you're taking it out of the ground in the case of petroleum and burning it in a jet. For us, we're taking the CO2 from the air, making those same liquid hydrocarbons, and burning it in a jet. So the main difference here is the carbon accounting. The carbon that comes from petroleum, it comes from the ground. It was plants, or sometimes people say dinosaurs, but a lot of it is plants and trees that lived millions of years ago, and we're putting new carbon into the air. With an electric fuel, you're taking CO2 that was recently put into the air either through an industrial process that's more modern, or through respiration from animals and so forth. So you're taking that CO2 and you're creating this closed carbon cycle. Now with batteries, of course, you're taking heavy metals, you're charging it with electricity you get from the grid, and then you're discharging that electricity in flight. The challenge, though, with batteries is that batteries are heavy. You have to carry all those metals that you charge it with electricity. It's in a box. That box gets discharged, and the weight doesn't change. And that's fine for when you're talking about cars or even heavy-duty trucks that are not leaving the ground. But for flight is actually quite a miracle of life. If you go back to the days of Kitty Hawk, when the Wright brothers were doing their first flight, it took them many iterations to get the right weight to power ratio, to get the right wing design. And the fact that we could fly today with 200 passengers is just quite miraculous. And it's so commonplace that we almost forget about it, that how hard it was to get it for the first time. And so with batteries, you don't really have the energy density from just a physics perspective to be able to get the right power to weight ratio for a 200 passenger long haul flight. Now, if we're talking about flying cars, so a family-sized vehicle, short haul, I see a world in which you can have battery-powered flight in that regard, because you can, you're carrying fewer people, much smaller weight. But for long haul, the planes that brought us here, if we're coming from the Americas or from Asia, those planes are not going to be, just from the laws of physics, unless we change the laws of physics, those planes are not going to be powered by battery-powered in any scenario that I can envision.
So, not trying to change the laws of physics because that's clearly impossible. But there is also a challenge. Scaling anything is very hard. And also scaling e-fuel production is also very hard per se, as you surely know. You've received more than 600 million euros to scale your business. Electric vehicles have infrastructure challenges. So between these two, which one will deliver faster a solution to bring to these vehicles energy?
Yeah, I mean, we're giving our run at it. I mean, like you said, we raised over $600 million for our next big plants. We're going to need many, many more. And with infrastructure and hardware, it is just very challenging. It's challenging because you need to build a robust system. You need to iterate. You need to do long-term testing. You need to make high-quality materials, high-quality components that are interacting together. You're building something that's amortized over 20 years, and so you need that quality in order for the economics to work. And so we are really looking at this as a much larger system and an industry we're trying to build, not just build our specific company. So we need that ecosystem around it to be able to win out. And I think at the end of the day, if I look at 100 years from now, I think you'll have battery-powered cars. You'll have battery-powered flying cars, and then you'll have electric fuels, again, liquid hydrocarbons made from electricity that power these 200-passenger planes. And the electrification of everything will happen. It just will happen with different media that's transforming that electricity.
Yeah. So not a lot of people are right now thinking about this maybe, but regarding batteries in battery production. China is refining up to 85% of the world's rare earths and dominating over 60% of lithium and nickel processing. How does e-fuel can be a way to geopolitically stable these relations and also give a chance to consumers to achieve faster to neutral products that can be produced at their home and not in the country that holds everything?
Yeah, I mean, geopolitics is going to be very interesting over the next few years, and I think we all will wait and see what's going to happen with these resources that are being in different places. But when I think about resources, I think about this time when I actually worked in Antarctica. So I worked there for about 5 or 6 months, and I was a handy woman. So I was part of the support staff for a U.S. Station called McMurdo. And what I saw there was different countries coming together, performing science. All of them identified resources there in Antarctica. There's oil, there's a bunch of minerals, there's a lot of scientific nature, there's a lot of marine life. But what I saw was this peaceful exploration of these resources. And I think of geopolitics in the way of in Antarctica, in 1945, there was the Antarctic Treaty that was signed by U.S. President Roosevelt and the countries that were there. And they all agreed that, look, we're going to have Antarctica be a place where peaceful exploration happens. And I think, in that resource-limited environment, that was kind of necessary for us to explore there. And I think as we as humans get to exploring more areas of the planet, we see that we are resource limited, that we need to be cooperative. I think we'll form a place that's more like Antarctica, where we can have these different countries working together. That's my hope for the future. In the near term, I think we do have to look at different technologies for batteries, for making electric fuels, and a lot of scientists are working on that right now, of how do we find the best material science. How do we use AI to identify catalysts that can be used for batteries besides just lithium or besides nickel, cobalt? A lot of these, non-conflict metals that exist that we can find in the U.S. or find in allied countries.
So you are a green tech leader, and you look into e-fuels as your everyday work at your company. But you look also into the markets as a multi-energy market. That's what we heard in the past minutes. That's very impressive because most companies and also most of the people that intervene in this matter of energy right now regarding private vehicles or planes, most times is about it's A or B. It's not even okay. It can be all together. Do you see that the future is a multi-energy future and not only e-fuels, electric vehicles, but also other sources that can be used in order for us to decarbonize the planet?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you go into the hood of your car today, for most people who have an IC engine, you have a battery that's there. It's typically a lead acid battery. That battery, charges a lot of the internal electronics of the car, and that battery is charged by the engine. So there's a belt that runs an alternator that charges the battery. So you have this harmony already of electric-powered components within a car alongside a combustion engine that's charging that. And I think, and even, there's a whole spectrum of that, right? There's like hybrid vehicles who have more batteries that even work the powertrain, and then you have fully electric vehicles as well. And I think we'll start to see more and more of that. Just, the matter of scale that we need to get to, though, is just so huge. Like, if you think about the millions and millions of cars that already exist on the road, they're going to be, people want to still use those cars. They still can be used for the next 20 years or so. They have a much longer lifetime because of high quality manufacturing. And so, just switch out all of those vehicles for battery powered. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a lot of scale, a lot of materials to do that.
Yeah, and EV sales are not going up as they were supposed to be right now. So actually, they are in some countries decreasing, and that's a sign that maybe we should look into alternatives to decarbonize. The average age of a car in the US and Europe is around 12 years. This means that it will take decades to took out of the streets these cars. Do you think that e-fuels can represent right now a major role in decarbonizing all the cars in existence that are combustion engine cars, of course?
Yeah, I do. Although, I mean, you report on this a lot. I wonder also if you have an opinion.
Yeah, I have my opinion. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, for sure. I actually believe that we should be already incorporating a percentage of e-fuel on fossil fuel that is being sold at the pump. Because the thing is, you cannot really scale to 100% e-fuel right now. We talk about scaling up production. It's very demanding. It will take 10 years. We've been talking backstage, and you telling me that. So we are always aiming for zero tomorrow. And zero tomorrow, well, I'm not Harry Potter, so I just cannot do like a magic trick and that's zero tomorrow for everyone. So maybe we should be more open to start decarbonizing mobility step by step. And Europe is now on the urge to comply to the new regulations in the automotive industry. Next year, they will be lowering the emissions level for each car sold. In 2035, all cars sold in Europe must be zero emission. This means that either they use e-fuel that needs to be 100% from renewable sources, like your e-jet, or they are electric vehicles. But we are 10 years away. And as I said before, if you look into the lifespan of a car, 12 years is a long time. Specifically in Portugal, a privately owned car, a car that is not owned by a company, has a lifespan of 20 years average. So this means that in 40 years, people will want to use their cars, their combustion engine cars. So, my opinion is that we should be mixing this.
There are, in fact, you told me about this yesterday. There's the race that's in France, the day of Le Mans, 24 hours in Le Mans.
Yeah, yes.
And
they use renewable fuel, not electric fuel,
Right.
but e-fuel from renewable sources. Like in this case, imagine waste from wine producing. I mean, you can find energy sources practically anywhere, but your fuel is quite impressive because you don't use agricultural residues, you capture CO2, and you are really carbon neutral. So that's, well, congrats.
Yeah.
Final question for you, since we have 2.5 minutes to go. As a green tech leader, what was the hard points of being a green tech leader right now in 2024, and how you see your role in the future?
Yeah, love this question. So there are definitely, lots of challenges that come with being a green tech leader, and also lots of joys and lots of wins. So, one thing is resources. So when we started out, we were graduate students at Stanford University, and I was broke. Like, I had no money, and at Stanford there's this lore of startup founders where you can go into a garage and you got your laptop and you just like crank out some code and you can make a company. But for us that had no money and needed high-end equipment, we really needed to find a place where we could develop our technology. And so, we kind of naively thought, okay, we can go down and talk to a venture capitalist and get $1 million and then start from there. But the clean tech 1.0 wave had already happened in the US. There was a lot of clean tech companies that had went under. And so we really had to rethink our strategy. And so one of the challenges that we're constantly navigating is how do we bring funds to the table? And so this idea of like the public-private partnership was really powerful for us to bring in funds initially. So we were 100% funded by public funds. And then over time, we had fewer grants and more private funding. So I would say that's one challenge that we're continuously navigating, is bringing all these resources to bear. The second is just technology development. It takes a lot of iterations to improve yields of manufacturing, to make sure you have high quality parts, to make things come together. And so to bring the talent, to do the human resources, to manage folks to build this technology has been something that we've had to learn along the way. Again, we came from grad school, and this was my first real job, was to start this company. And so learning how to be a good leader and to inspire folks to continue to work on this mission-driven work has been something that we've really had to learn a lot about, and really take the time to go to the courses, go to the training to become a good leader. So.
Quite an inspiring journey. I wish you the best.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
So much.
Thank you, Aitosha.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Atasha. Thank you, Diogo. So we're going to have a slight change of gear as we come towards the end of this stage this morning. One thing that fascinates me about the infrastructure sector, those who were here for my opening talk, was how complex and expensive it can be. And one thing we're not very good at in the sector is looking at other sectors for inspiration for how we simplify complexity and solve big problems in a scalable way. I've always been fascinated by the healthcare sector, how they can deal with such complexity on a life and death basis in actually a really, really simple way. So we're going to change gears slightly and talk to somebody at the forefront of medical research and medical technology and seeing what lessons can be drawn from that sector. We're going to talk to Dr. Atul, who is Chief Medical Officer at Philips, and he is going to be interviewed by Susanna, who's the Portuguese Bureau Chief. So please give them a warm welcome as they come to the stage.
everybody. I'm very excited to be here. Today we are going to talk about healthcare and how we can turn complex problems into simple solutions and learn how high-tech answers, learn about high-tech answers to healthcare crisis. With me on the stage is Dr. Atul Gupta, as the Global Chief Medical Officer of all diagnosis and treatment businesses at Philips, which is a worldwide leader in health technology. Atul wants to make healthcare more accessible, inclusive, and connected. He supports Philips innovation and new product development, and he helps define Philips' future in health innovation and vision using game-changing technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud, robotics, automation, and augmented reality. Welcome, Atul.
Thank you, Susanna, and welcome Web Summit, where we talk about what I consider to be the most important topic, which is our health.
Yeah. By the way, I thought that Philips was like a consumer electronic company.
Yeah, Philips has been a consumer electronics company. We're a 130-plus-year-old company, but we're really in the same business now as we were over a century ago, which is the innovation business. But you are right. About 10 years ago, Philips pivoted, and now we are a pure health technology company. Everything that we do is around the diagnosis and treatment of disease, and increasingly we're using all sorts of digital health tools to help make us all healthier. That's what Philips does. And as you can see, I'm also a doctor.
I see it.
And I also still practice, and what I am is an interventional radiologist. I do image-guided therapy. Do you know what that is?
No, no idea, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I'm gonna tell you.
You will tell us.
Image-guided therapy is just a fancy word for what I consider to be modern-day surgery. What we do is procedures that at one time used to be done with surgery, and now we can do it through minimally invasive techniques. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
You know, surgery goes back thousands of years.
Yes.
But for almost all of that time, it required us to cut you open to see the disease. But now, thanks to imaging, things like CAT scans and MRIs and ultrasounds, I can see inside your body, Susanna, without opening you up. So that's why we call it image-guided therapy. But that's just the imaging.
Yes.
That's half of the equation. The other half of the equation is the therapy. I also have access to miniaturized devices, sensors, implants, angioplasty balloons. And I can treat you without opening you up. So at Philips, what we're doing is
amazing.
we're coupling the imaging to the therapy, and that's why we call it image-guided therapy. And that's why we can treat you for things like strokes and aneurysm, replacing cardiac valves, killing cancers, fixing backbones, through incisions not much bigger than a pencil point. And that means patients can go home sometimes even the next day. It's pretty incredible.
Wow, that sounds pretty incredible, in fact. So tell me, Atul, which are the main challenges that healthcare is facing today?
I think that healthcare faces a whole bunch of challenges. And I don't know, I have some slides up there, and I'm hoping that they can actually change it to the next slide. But I'll tell you, two of the biggest challenges that we have are patients are getting older. Disease is getting more complex. Patients are getting sicker.
Yeah.
I see this everywhere go around the world. In fact, I was in Japan recently. You know, it's one of the oldest countries on earth.
Yes.
30% of the population of Japan is now over the age of 65. Here in Portugal, the Portuguese society, I was also in Italy a couple of weeks ago, 25% of the population is over 65.
Yeah.
If you live in London, if you live in the UK, guess what? 500,000 Brits are now over the age of 90. So well done, modern medicine. We've done a great job keeping people older, but that comes with challenges, a lot more complex disease. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge that we're facing is that we have staff shortages. I don't care what country you live in, you can open up your headlines and all you hear about is doctor shortages, nursing shortages, ambulance worker shortages,
Yes.
technology shortages. Here in Portugal, 1.6 million people do not have access to a general practitioner. That's crazy. Doctors are going on strike. You've reported on this. You know, just a few months ago, physicians in emergency departments said they will no longer work 18-hour shifts. They're begging and pleading to work a 12-hour shift.
Yeah.
Now think about that. Only work a 12-hour shift. This is not sustainable. In the UK, there's over 100,000 unfilled positions. in the National Health Service. And in my country, in the United States,
Yes.
50% of doctors, they're burnt out, 65% of nurses. So Susanna, I don't think that we're going to recruit our way out of this mess. We're not going to find the 15 million healthcare workers that we need by the end of the decade. And that is why digital health tools, things like AI, AR, VR, robotics, automation, they're going to be the key to success.
So those are huge challenges. So Atul, tell me, how can technology like AI, robotics, augmented reality can help us to overcome those challenges, please?
Let's just take one disease by example. Let's talk about stroke.
Yeah.
Okay? Every 2 seconds somewhere on Earth, somebody has a stroke. It's the #1 cause of disability in the world. It's the #2 cause of death.
Wow.
Now, this is a young audience. I see people's eyes glazing over. You're young. I like to think I'm young.
Thank you.
But let me just tell you something. 1 in 4 of us, if you're over the age of 25, which most of us are, 1 in 4 of us will have a stroke at some point in our life.
Oh, but that's
that makes
scary.
it very
Yeah.
personal. In fact, we have an expression. We say time is brain. Seconds count. You're losing 1 million neurons, brain cells, every minute a stroke is in progress. Think about that. It's like having a hard drive, and every minute you're losing pictures and photos and documents. So time is of the essence. Why? Because we now have access to minimally invasive procedures where I or other doctors can navigate little catheters up into your brain, extract that little clot, and if we do it fast enough, not only can we freeze that stroke, we can actually reverse it and get you back to good health. We can treat it. How is technology helping? Already today, there are startups that are using things like computer vision, apps in your phone where you can look at the phone while you're at home if you think you're having a stroke, and the app will scan your face, and it will help triage you as to whether it thinks you're having an ischemic stroke, activate a stroke team, and make sure you go to the proper hospital. Also, we're using things like artificial intelligence. So once you get to the hospital, you're going to get a CAT scan. Now, that CAT scan will be interpreted almost instantly by AI, and it's telling me whether or not you have what we call a large vessel occlusion, that clot in the brain. Why? Because seconds count. And if before you get off that table, we have an early indication that you're having a stroke thanks to AI, it automatically activates the stroke network, the nurses, the doctors, the intensive care unit, shaving off time, saving neurons. And then, of course, we have augmented reality, as you can see on the screen. You know, augmented reality is going to have a huge role, certainly for interventional procedures. Your body, it's a 3D structure. Today, I'm looking at your body on a 2D screen. Now I can navigate my devices in a hologram. And that potentially may make it faster and safer. But also, we can extend access to care with things like holograms. We can beam in experts with telepresence. These are things that we're exploring in Philips, trying to increase access to care, giving me a second pair of eyes from an expert continents away. But it's not just augmented reality giving me a second pair of eyes. We also can give a second pair of hands. We're exploring the use of robotics, which we can potentially have a physician in Lisbon or in London or in Los Angeles treat a patient for stroke continents away because we don't have enough people to do this. So I think that all of these digital health tools are going to revolutionize the way we take care of stroke. But that's treatment.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be better if we can prevent the stroke?
Yeah, but it sounds amazing, everything. Oh, what's that?
Take a look at this. So this is something that we call an e-patch. This exists today.
Okay.
This little device you can wear.
Very
it's a wearable.
small.
It's measuring a whole bunch of vital signs. It attaches to your chest, just like that.
this?
Patients put it on their skin, and they can wear it for weeks at a time, and it's constantly monitoring your vital signs. And it's looking for things like atrial fibrillation, which everybody's familiar with. Why? Because if you have atrial fibrillation, even a little blip that might be 2 seconds, it significantly increases your risk of stroke. So we want to catch people that have atrial fibrillation so that we can make sure that they don't have a stroke. Now, this thing is monitoring you for about 2 weeks. There's been a study that came out last year in the European Heart Journal.
Yeah.
It turns out that if I look at that 2 weeks worth of data as a human, I look at your EKG, 2 weeks of your EKG, If I don't see a single blip of atrial fibrillation, AI can see something I can't. AI is able to predict, even if there's no atrial fibrillation, that you are more likely to have a stroke in the next 2 weeks with 75% accuracy.
Yeah, wow.
Now we're changing from treatment disease to predicting disease, and that's the power, I think, of AI.
All this sounds amazing, and even for me, like, difficult to believe, as we were like in a movie, future movie, like a Star Wars or something like that, but this is reality. But anyway, I feel that when we talk about high-tech and healthcare tool, I feel that we are talking about the US, Europe, Japan, but what about people who have problems, who struggle to get access to healthcare just because they live in remote areas?
It's a fantastic question, and I happen to think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. You are correct, Susanna.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, your zip code, your postal code,
Yeah.
that's actually more important in some cases than your genetic code. You know, where you live shouldn't determine whether you live.
Yeah.
And let me give you one example. Let's talk about pregnancy and childbirth. Okay, you know, every 2 minutes, a pregnant woman dies during childbirth. Even today, and that's preventable. You know, oftentimes, almost all the time, 95% of the time, that's happening in low and middle income countries. Why is it? It's because they're not getting a fetal ultrasound. The World Health Organization says that every woman should have a fetal ultrasound before 24 weeks of pregnancy. But it's not happening. So, how do we make that happen as Philips? Well, one way we can do it is to miniaturize our equipment and get ultrasounds to places that don't get them. I think we all know what an ultrasound is. You know, it's like this big, gigantic refrigerator box that attaches to a probe, and then you can scan patients with it and you can see the fetus. So one of the things that Philips did is we've shrunk down that entire refrigerator box into just the probe. So we call this a Lumify. This is that entire ultrasound.
Nothing. I'm gonna just stand up because I got jealous.
And
this is awesome, eh?
And we call it bring your own device.
Yeah.
So for instance, if you look on the screen, you can see in Kenya, somebody can bring their own iPad or their own mobile phone, they attach it to this, and that is the ultrasound. So now we've miniaturized the ultrasound and we've given them access to care.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not enough. If I had given you this probe and I said, Susanna, I want you to scan that pregnant woman, and I need you to tell me how many fetuses is she carrying?
Yeah.
Is it breech? Where's the placenta located, which will mean is she going to bleed? What's the amniotic fluid? What's the fetal heart rate? And I want you to do that in 5 minutes. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, bueno, how?
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not just about giving equipment. Who's going to do the scan? Who's going to interpret the scan? And that's where AI comes in. So Philips has partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who recognized what we were doing here. And what we've done is we've added AI to this Lumify technique. So now, with just 6 sweeps on a belly, in about 2 minutes, I can train you to do this scan, and it will automatically give you all of those pieces of information.
Yes.
It's things like that that are going to increase access to care. And when I say access to care is not just in low and middle income countries. We have an access to care problem in the United States, in Brooklyn. We have an access to care problem on islands, remote islands. We have an access to care problem in maternity deserts in the United States. I think tools like this are going to significantly increase not only the quality but the length of life, and it is not just for wealthy nations.
I see that this can really change many people's lives. This is like a very exciting and interesting topic to talk about. I could be here for hours listening to you, Atul. But I see that here in our audience, a lot of people in their 20s and 30s that maybe they are just wondering, what can I do for healthcare? How can I help? So what would you say to them?
Well, I would say that we need your expertise in things like artificial intelligence, computer vision, augmented reality, robotics, cloud, to help us achieve our vision at Philips, which is to improve the lives of 2.5 billion people a year. including 400 million people in underserved countries. So actually at Philips, almost 50% of our research and development people are actually in the software side of things. Software has become a very big part of what we need. So yeah, we absolutely need the competency that exists in this room. And I'm super thrilled and excited about digital health and this generation. But, you know, when we query adults, when we talk to adults, 69% of older adults don't believe in AI for healthcare. When we ask the same question to millennials and Gen Z like are here, I think this generation not only embraces AI, but they expect it. And you can help us create it. You can help us create that future of healthcare.
Wow. So are you optimistic about the future of healthcare?
Yeah, but I think that there's one thing I also want to comment on. I hate to break the news to you.
Yeah.
You're a sandwich generation. I'm Gen X.
Yeah.
We're over the hill.
Okay.
You guys out there, millennials, Gen Z, I hate to break the news to you, you guys are also over the hill. You guys are always saying, bye, boomer. Honestly, move over, millennials. Have some Z's, Gen Z, because it's all about Gen Alpha. You know, Gen Alpha is the next generation of digitally native people that we also engage with at Philips, because they were raised in an environment that's purely digital. All they know is swipe to open on an iPhone. They know Snapchat. They know AR. They know voice recognition and gesture, brain-computer interfaces. They are going to be the people that take care of me and you. And that is why we bring those kids who are now teenagers into our innovation labs in the Netherlands, in Asia, in the United States, and we stick them into our operating rooms. And we get very interesting insights. So I'm joking. I do think that Gen X, Gen Z, millennials are important, but it's also looking to where the puck is headed, and we engage heavily. I think that you asked, am I optimistic about the future of healthcare? I think that digital health tools, things like augmented reality, AI, automation, they're not going to replace physicians. They won't replace journalists.
Yeah.
But they are going to give us superhuman powers. They're going to help me diagnose and treat faster. They're going to help me not just treat, but also predict and prevent disease. And yes, like you indicated, they will increase access to care. So I think I'm super excited about the future of healthcare. I think that it's our vision that everybody gets care, the best care, no matter where they live on Earth. So stay tuned, Susanna. Stay tuned, audience. The next 5 years in healthcare are going to be very exciting, and I can't wait for you to see where we go next.
That sounds very comforting for me, and also I'm sure that for our audience, Atul. So, well, thank you very much for this amazing talk. Thanks to your audience, and I really hope to see you soon. I'm very sad that the Web Summit is ending today, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Atul. Thank you, Susanna. And thank you all for staying with us today. This is the final session, and you will be rewarded for your perseverance. So thank you. Now we're going to talk about fusion, nuclear fusion, and its place in the future of our energy system. We're talking about the technology itself and its development. We're also talking about relative costs, rollout, supply chains, and everything involved in that space. To have that conversation, I'm delighted to have Dr. Anika and Kio, who will lead us in this discussion. Please make them feel welcome. Thank you very much.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hi, Anika. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So, Anika is the CEO and co-founder of Camino, which is a startup that optimizes design and manufacturing processes for fusion power, and previously you founded Focus Energy, who are working on making their own reactor, fusion reactor.
That's right.
I just want a quick show of hands of who could explain to us what fusion energy is and why it makes a lot of energy. Who could do that? Okay, not everybody. That means, could you give us a really quick rundown of what makes fusion so special?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. So we can see fusion almost every day, except if it's very cloudy. So fusion is the power of the stars and the sun. Fusion is happening inside the sun. So you have small atoms. You have particles, for example, hydrogen isotopes. And what's happening is that the atmosphere in the sun is, in a way, it's very hot. You have a lot of pressure due to gravity. So the particles are going to be pushed very, very close together. So we all might know they want to be pushed apart again from their internal forces. But if you push them together hard enough, they fuse. And in that very moment, the outcome of that is a new atom, helium, in the case of if you have the water, hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium. And the good thing about it is it's not just helium, that's an end product. It sets free a lot of energy, even more than you would have in fission. So it's even more energy effective than fission is. And what we are doing now is doing that in a controlled way in a power plant, in a reactor. And we use the heat and the radiation that's set free from pushing these particles together so they fuse. And that's the energy we can use. And the beauty of it is we don't have the waste. We don't have the nuclear waste or the meltdown risk that you have with fission. So you have a super efficient, clean energy for the future without the waste problem. And, well, let's go together in a greener future.
Yeah, so nuclear fission is when atoms split, and fusion is the opposite, when they fuse, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So I know there's a lot of hype around fusion power. It is clean, abundant, in theory. And the problem, though, in a way, is the first mention of it, I looked it up, has been in the 1920s.
Yes.
So it's been 100 years.
Yes.
And I don't see any of these power plants anywhere.
Yes.
Why is it taking so long?
It is super complex, really. You have to overcome a lot of struggle. But the good thing is, fusion is proven nowadays. Like in 2022, it was a breakthrough, a real step into a better future, when in the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, they have proven more energy output than input from fusion. It was laser fusion. So what that means is, this was a moment, a historical moment, where a physics problem became a commercialization and engineering problem. It is still hard. We have to bring together many different disciplines, from chemistry, from really laser designers, nuclear engineers, people that have built power plants to provide the infrastructure, and everything needs to be integrated. So that's a problem, but with that change from having to solve the physics problem to now having the engineering problem, we made a real step forward. And this is, I think, where that whole hype is originated in, because now we really can leverage the engineering institutes, the really top-notch engineers that we have in Europe, and build a power plant out of it. We just need to do it.
So what you mentioned basically is that there's more energy output than was put in.
Yes.
There are lots of lasers basically shooting at one pellet,
Right.
and then you need to make it generate energy
Yes.
more than you put in, right?
Yes.
I looked it up, and the energy that was produced was the energy that could power a 100-watt light bulb for 10 hours.
Yes.
That doesn't sound like much. Why was it still exciting?
Yeah, it was very exciting because it was proven the first time that you can create a burning plasma. So you can think of it in terms of before it was possible to light a candle, but the candle would not burn down. And that was the first time they created the atmosphere that you can burn down the candle and create more energy. That's the mechanism that happens. So before you tried to lighten it and there was a spark, but nothing more happened. And this is why it is exciting. So you have to have more powerful laser system. You have to put more fuel into the process. And the more fuel you have, the more fuel can burn through. And this creates ultimately more energy. Right now, it is limited because the technology used for providing that breakthrough is 90s technology. And we all know with like diode system, high repetition rate lasers.
Do we all know?
we made a big step forward with these enabling technologies. And this also is a big part of, or a big puzzle piece towards a power plant. That technology wasn't there back then. It is there now.
Okay. You were also part of a company that was trying to build its own reactor. What does it look like specifically? Like, how big is this pellet? How expensive is it right now?
Yeah.
Can you tell us more?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of these pellets is more or less as big as your pupil in the human eye. It's pretty small. It's a gram of fuel in there, not a lot. The downside right now is that you have to manufacture it in a very expensive way. So the pellets, and also because they are not manufactured industrially, they are manufactured for the national labs. They are very expensive, up to $1 million each. And of course, I guess that would be the next question. You can definitely not build a power plant out of that. So we need to commercialize these processes. We need to find manufacturing processes to bring the cost down. And there are pretty good ideas and possibilities how to do that.
What would you say? You're saying there are new technologies that can be harnessed. What would you say the timeline looks like? I know people have been saying fusion will come in 20 to 30 years for decades.
Yeah.
But now we have some breakthroughs that weren't there before. What would you say? What's your prediction?
It very strongly depends on how much money flows into the topic, really. Because I think we would have the technology and the possibility to build a first-of-a-kind test reactor. But it's in the billions that it costs. And still, there are some questions to be answered. So you have high risk, high reward, of course, but a lot of money needs to flow into it. But if you think about people really would give the money to the companies that are actually working on designing these facilities, together with companies that have know-how in how to build a power plant, I think in 15 years we might be able to see a prototype, definitely.
A prototype, 15 years.
Yes, okay. A functional prototype, not like if we would scale it, like a prototype that really shows here we have the energy.
That can then be scaled very soon.
Yeah.
Exciting. We'll see in 15 years.
We will, definitely.
What do you think, so you mentioned you need a lot of money for that.
Yes.
Are there any other hurdles that you see that are basically hindering fusion?
Yeah. regulatory.
Okay.
So the regulatory framework is still not clear, but there was a first breakthrough as well. So it is decided in the US and in the UK that it will not be regulated like fission, which in my opinion is the right thing to do because you don't have the meltdown risk. You don't have the nuclear waste that you would have with fission. But the set of regulatories is not clear yet. So there's a lot of work to do, and of course, it can be a showstopper, but governments and people around the world want to see that clean energy happens, so I think there's a way.
You mentioned you touched on the safety aspect.
Yes.
We're both from Germany. We know that Germans are very touchy with that, with fission energy. What's the difference in a way that makes fusion safer than fission?
First of all, you need to drive fusion actively. So if you think about an earthquake, probably if an earthquake happens, the worst thing that happens, the fusion process is not ongoing, it stops. So that's all that happens, which is a pretty good thing. So no environmental impact would cause a catastrophe on that. So I think that's one case. And you don't have the storage of a lot of waste and how to transport it. That's the next one. Of course, you deal with chemicals. You have tritium, for example, that you have to handle. But we do that already around the world in chemistry plants, so there is a way to handle it. So this is why I personally don't see a big problem with handling a fusion power plant. So the problems that are there are basically incrementally solved already.
Okay. Also, I mean, there's been a discussion. Fusion, especially kind of in the climate space, they're proponents and they're also critics. Critics because they say it costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
It may scale at some point, but the climate crisis is happening right now, and we need clean energy right now. And we have like renewable energy sources like solar and wind already ready to dispatch. We need to focus on expanding that instead of basically putting billions in a technology that may help us in 2050. What would you say to that? Have you faced this criticism?
I think we actually should do both, right? But there comes a point where you might not want to use all available spaces for solar panels. And the amount of energy we need is getting bigger and bigger. So if you think about AI, which AI is a wonderful thing for technology development, but we use it in so many aspects, and we need data centers. And these data centers need a lot of energy. So if you think about how many solar panels for the future you would need to build around such a data center, you will face that you have to use a lot of space. And I really believe we need an energy mix. I don't think fusion energy should be the only available source, but especially for that high energy technologies that will be part of our society in the future, just having a football field-sized power plant next to the data centers or next to industry parks or close to cities where you need the energy, where you need the base load, and you will not depend on the wind is blowing or the sun is shining. You really need a reliable source of energy. This is where we should build the nuclear fusion power plants. And these technologies are evolving, AI is evolving. We need more data centers in the future. We have solar now, and we should further advance that and build it. And there will be a time where, for that baseload problems, we can use that nuclear fusion power plants, which makes a lot of sense to me at that point.
Baseload energy basically being an energy that's always there, even if it's night, even if there's no wind, right? Exactly. That we need and that currently is basically fueled by fossil fuels.
Exactly.
And nuclear energy to a smaller part,
Yeah.
fission energy.
Fission, yeah.
So yeah, I read some numbers about how much it actually can generate in energy, because you meant it's also smaller space that you need. 1 gram, what you said like a pupil size, is equivalent to 2,400 gallons of oil.
Yes.
Which is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that, what else would you say in the clean energy transition, why is fusion a positive thing?
Well, it is a positive thing because we really find solutions to not use oil or gas and pollute our environment, right? And I think this is where we need to go. I love to live in a green earth. I know there are other companies looking for how to get to the Mars, but me personally, I love Earth. I love to live on Earth, and I want to maintain it that way. And this is basically why we need an energy that is not depending on fuel and carbon emission.
The difference also to fission is that you don't need uranium, right? It's hydrogen isotopes.
Yes.
And what basically is the end product of that? You said helium?
Yes.
And then what else is left over?
Helium, neutrons, and energy.
Okay. So basically, with fission, you have the problem that you have the fission products that stay radioactive for hundreds of thousands of years. That's not the case there.
Absolutely not. I mean, you could even think about using the helium, selling it. One downside might be that you need lithium. So right now, you would need lithium for cooling the reactor. But you can recycle it, so it's not like you have to pump more new lithium in there all the time. So you can recycle it. It's used basically as a coolant and to rebreed your own fuel inside your own reactor. So you also have a sustainable fuel cycle within your own power plant, which is an important point to mention. So that concept makes sense. It needs to be further advanced, but it's definitely a sustainable way for the future.
If we can make it happen fast enough as well, so that until then we have an Earth that we can protect.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm a climate journalist. Also, just quickly for the last question, your company also uses AI. I know that's also a hype topic. How does that help? How does AI help there?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about the complexity in fusion, but also other high technologies. And well, there are some problems where connecting the dots between the design, the manufacturing, and the functionality is very complex, and it's hard for the human brain to comprehend that and feed that back into the incremental design, right? If you have to deal with multi-physics problems, then you have to manufacture something in a high quality, so it's a high standard that serves the purpose and brings the functionality you need. And then you see an experiment, okay, it works, some parts don't work, but what does that mean for our design? And this is where we use right now the basic physics simulations. On top of that, we have the AI that fills the gaps between what you can simulate nowadays and learns how to optimize the manufacturing process. So you have the optimum output and functionality of your component for your system. It's applicable not only for fusion, it's basically applicable for all high technologies where you have to deal with multi-physics problems, high temperatures, and a challenging environment. And it's a new type of engineering and manufacturing. It's much more efficient. It brings down the time to market which is especially for fusion grade, but also for other clean technologies, super helpful, saves cost and resources.
Great. Then I'll check in with you in 15 years and see where we are then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The stage will now break for lunch. Content will resume in 45 minutes. Please make sure to arrive in time to secure seating. Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions of the New Energy Summit. Speaking of energy, I hope you all had coffee during the break, because we are about to dive into some transformative discussions covering everything from the science of aging to sustainable fashion. About me, I am Francisco Roca de Pino, a partner at the Land Group. Land Group is an asset management firm that I co-founded with my Uruguayan business partner, Joaquin Lavella, who is present here, to focus on sustainable farming investments. Our company results from a career that I spent largely trying to connect business with the environment, from renewable energy to regenerative agriculture. In my spare time, I surf big waves in Nazaré. This is a very serious hobby that has converted into Team Red Herrings, a big wave surfing team that cultivates young surfing talent, who in turn pay it forward by getting involved into environmental and social initiatives. Yeah. But for now, let's dive into regenerative farming. Joaquin and I launched the Land Group in 2016 to help institutional investors invest at scale in sustainable farming so that they can have real impact. We make farmland ownership easy. We handle everything from buying to operating and exiting, so they can invest large sums with confidence. We stand out from our competitors by using regenerative farming to deliver steady, sustainable returns that work for both investors and the environment. Today, we manage 40,000 hectares of land in Uruguay and Paraguay. Think about 55,000 football fields across 8 farms with 20,000 head of cattle. Importantly, we keep 1/3 of our land untouched for conservation. I think we can all agree that conventional industrial farming from the post-World War II era cannot sustainably feed the 10 billion people that we are projected to have on our planet by 2050. We know it leads to soil depletion, water issues, chemical pollution, biodiversity loss, greenhouse gas emissions, and rural decline. We also often forget that this industry depends heavily on limited resources. Think fossil fuels, phosphates, and chemicals with complex supply chains that are easily disrupted. In other words, we end up with unstable prices for the environmentally unsustainable food on our plates. So to build a sustainable, long-term resilient food system, we need to turn towards regenerative farming. But what is regenerative farming or regenerative agriculture? It basically, well, there are many definitions, but it consists in growing food in a way that boosts soil health, ecosystems, and climate stability, but while, and this is very important, remaining economically sustainable. This is a very important point. There are many practices that fall under this regenerative farming description, but they all follow 5 fundamental principles, or they all fall within 5 fundamental principles. Minimizing soil disturbance, think about reduced tillage or no-till techniques, keeping the soil surface covered at all times, maintaining living roots in the soil, cultivating a diversity of crops, and integrating grazing animals. At our farms, we apply all of these, but we have become particularly proficient in producing sustainable, nutritious, grass-fed beef on a standalone basis or integrated with our crops. To do so, we use something called adaptive multi-paddock grazing, or mob grazing, or holistic management. There are many names for what we do. And it's a very simple thing. It's a dynamic grazing approach that seeks to mimic natural earth movements. Think, for example, about the movements of the bisons in America that made the American Great Plains so fertile, so great. To do that, we use simple, uncomplicated tools, like electric fences to rotate cattle through small one-hectare paddocks. As a result, the cattle is grazing intensively for a very short period of time. They hit nearly everything. They trample what they didn't graze, and they fertilize the soil. After about 24 hours, we move them to a new paddock. AMP grazing, or adaptive multi-paddock grazing, therefore optimizes the use of the forage resource that we have and give pastures time to rest and to regenerate. Very importantly, it improves livestock health. When we use this technique, our cows have a very diversified diet, nutritious diet. They don't have parasites. That allows also to build soil health over the long run. It improves water retention, increases biodiversity, and for those of us who feel self-conscious about eating a steak on a Friday night, it sequesters more carbon than it produces emissions on a net basis. So next time you order a nice ribeye at your local restaurant or buy a sirloin steak from the butcher, make sure you're not just buying grass-fed beef, but also, very importantly, make sure that cow was reared regeneratively and ideally comes from one of our farms. That's it for me. I would love more time to talk about the intricacies of regenerative farming, but I have 7 seconds left. So it's time to bring much brighter minds on stage to challenge our thinking about health, technology, and innovation. To kick things off, we have an incredible panel exploring the intriguing question that keeps us all awake at night. How old can we live? And even more importantly, are we ready for it? Please welcome our moderator, CEO at Futuros Possíveis, Angélica Mari, and our speakers, CEO of GlycanAge, Nicolina Lotz, and partner at Life Extension Ventures, Fabian Siegel.
Hello, welcome. So to set the scene, I'd like both of you to explain what longevity is and why there's so much interest in it right now, starting with you, Lina.
Sure. So I think it's extension of healthy life. People have different opinions, and it can be both. It can be doubling our lifespan. There's certainly potential to do that. But personally, I care about healthy life. So I think we have to start with health extension.
So at LifeX, when we think about longevity, there's actually 2 areas of longevity. People have observed over the last 100 years, that we live longer and longer on average. So everybody thinks, oh wow, 40 years life expectancy at the beginning of this century, now we are at 70, 80. That means we're all going to live maybe to 150 next century. But it's kind of flawed, because a person today lives as long as a person like 80 years ago. It's just that we don't die as much. So dying less, or like bending the curve, that is one area I think where we as investors are very excited about, especially when we see AI software allowing better tools for scientists, for doctors. So when we think about longevity, one is actually bending the curve, providing access, especially when you also think that income is a big driver of lifespan. So people that have less money, they also are less likely to live as long, because the care that they receive is poorer. So if you provide more access, you live longer. So I would say a big chunk, maybe 80% of what we consider longevity in our fund is about bending the curve, that we live longer and better in the span that we have. But there's also very exciting technologies and inventions that actually might allow us to live longer. And so that's another part of longevity. And of course, many people are very excited around this more quirky part of science there. And it's not science fiction, it becomes science, and actually there's other areas of investment opportunities for us.
We'll get into that in just a moment, and that's a great segue to ask Lina about that. You come across a lot of innovations in the longevity space as you travel globally. So I was curious to know, what is the future of longevity looking like? What is something really promising that you've seen, or even radical, or even ludicrous that you've been seeing in the last few months?
Well, some things are already in use and accessible. So I think maybe starting from there, we evaluate what therapies might work and might not work. And one that's been established already, but is not used enough, is estrogen. Estrogen therapy in menopause. It is proven to delay disease and prolong and decrease mortality. But then if you want to look at what's radically possible, so if you, for example, there's a group at Yale that can keep your brain alive post-mortem. So they developed a technology, which is only research purposes now, and they drug the brains so that they believe they're not sentient, but technically, your brain could live forever now. There's also a group in Tel Aviv, in the Weizmann Institute, that can create your own embryo. From skin cells, using stem cells, create a mini you and grow it in an artificial womb. And the applications of that are, of course,
bordering
it has ethical limitations.
What's ethical?
Of course, that's a big challenge because the technology is there, but you have to define how far do we take it, what's ethical and what's not.
Sure.
And of course, scientists are creative, so they had an idea that, okay, let's grow these embryos, but let's knock out the brain. So just grow a mini you without a brain. And it gets to a point that it has an immune system, and potentially they can rejuvenate your immune system or organs and so forth and so forth. So there's radical technologies which are in science now that work, that if you're creative, you can think about, oh, this could be applied to an individual if you technically wanted to live forever. But there's ethic barriers that should be there, because...
that's really interesting. I like to touch on, Lina approached radical things here, right? I wanted to hear from you, Fabian. Probably a lot of people in the audience are thinking, is this ever going to be something within my realm of possibility? So I wanted to hear from you. What can the audience do today to increase their lifespan?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of evidence that, and it sounds really basic, that if you live a healthy life, you're going to live longer, and it's not shocking. I mean, exercise, good nutrition, good sleep, these three things, if you're good at having healthy habits, you're going to live longer than your neighbor that maybe doesn't sleep well and eats lots of processed food. And so I think the way we structure our lives, the way we build healthy habits, drives a lot of longevity. Now, again, that's not so exciting. I don't think that's not news. I think there is a lot of interesting technologies that help us to measure these things, because what you can measure, you can influence. And I think here, we as investors get very excited that there's more and more smart tools that make building these healthy habits much easier for everybody here. And so I think I would say it's never as easy as today to prepare yourself for long, healthy lives.
Right. The topic of measuring aging is quite interesting, isn't it, Lina? It's very much in your space. So what are the different ways of measuring aging, and how does that relate to the different theories of aging?
So one that we understand well is how the immune system ages. And this was one of the first molecular clocks that was discovered about 15 years ago. I'm highly biased because this one was discovered by my dad. But it was actually published at the same time as Steve Horvath, a German scientist, published the first epigenetic clock. And there, if you talk about theories of aging, people think they're competing, but they might all end up being part of aging, and aging is not one thing. So on our side, it's damage to the immune system throughout life that accumulates, and then increases your risk of disease and mortality. Steve's theory is more around a program, having this maximum lifespan program, or program to mortality, to disease, that we might be able to reprogram with the therapy. But one interesting thing that Steve did when he compared these different clocks, because with epigenetics you can model on a dozen different things, and he has clocks to predict maximum lifespan, to predict disease, to predict mortality. He tried to correlate his clocks for mortality and disease with a lifespan clock, and they didn't correlate. So it seems that what governs this maximum lifespan is very different to what kills us along the way. We focus on the things that kill you along the way, and hopefully Steve will find this program to double the maximum potential. But why it's important to measure these things, so we can evaluate these therapies, lifestyle interventions, what actually works, what prolongs lifespan. But then if you do this in a scientific setting, you see a positive result, but you never have responders, you never have everybody respond to the same intervention. So you need markers that can show you on an individual level if something works for you or it doesn't. And that's why these kind of individual guided interventions are important, because there's no one-size-fits-all with diet. With drugs particularly, you could be on the wrong drug for years and it might not actually be giving you benefits.
That's fascinating. I wanted to touch with you on the subject of longevity being approached in major tech events. You were at Collision recently talking about that. LifeX was here at this event last year. How do you guys see the topic evolving, the topic of longevity evolving within the tech community? Starting with you, Fabian.
Yeah, so I mentioned just before that creating healthy habits helps to live longer. Well, not dying unnecessarily of diseases also helps to live longer. And so that is all about providing access to care. And what we've seen, especially in the last 12, 24 months, a dramatic new opportunity of software and AI actually making processes in healthcare especially much faster. I think one very specific, interesting fact of healthcare is not only a very large part of GDP spendings, it's also one that has dramatic amount of data, which has been very much siloed over the years, but there's lots of data, and when you have lots of data, you can actually apply machine learning very effectively, and these tools become much more prevalent through all the technology companies we see. There is no AI company anymore. Every company that has technology, by definition, incorporates some form of artificial intelligence. And so we've seen maybe 5 years ago, when we talk about longevity in these tech conferences, was very much about living 200 years. Right. And I think the focus has very much moved into, well, there's a lot of things we can do today with technology that's available on the tech stack to provide better care in the near term. And that will have a much bigger impact on the average person to live longer than these moonshots, which I think are advancing and they're very exciting. But I think there's been a renewed interest in software and technology for all stacks for all areas in the stack of the healthcare system.
That's interesting. Your 2 cents, Lena?
Well, I was more approaching it for the perspective of entrepreneurs and founders, because there's a big interest in longevity in the founder tech space. And my theory, and we do see this in practice as well, is that as a founder, you do a lot of damage to your health very young because of this stress burden. You're kind of pushing the limits on yourself, both physically and mentally. And
so you test a lot of things on yourself, yeah? Well, a lot of approaches.
I certainly try, but in this community that's attracted to it, that tries it, we often see that they have accelerated aging, way beyond what they should do for their age group. And that's because of this extreme stress that you put yourself under as a founder. And then you get to a later stage, you get to a series B, D, and all of a sudden you're trying to buy back your health. So I think this is why there is interest in this space, because there's damage happening early. And that's the early adopter kind of group that will hopefully translate to...
Right, that's really interesting. And a sign, it's an alert, right? Like a warning sign that these things might, this conversation will have to happen at some point. Perhaps not being discussed enough about the, not just the mental, but physical toll it takes to found and develop a company.
Well, I think it's good to measure the damage. I honestly don't think that you can do something as crazy as build something or nothing or run a startup without doing some damage to yourself. I would say that this is almost impossible to avoid. But you want to know when you're doing this damage, and you want to try and manage that in the best way you can, so that it doesn't become permanent, or you don't get the warning when there's already a disease apparent. You at least get the early warning, and then you can consciously decide, okay, I'm going to continue this way, or I'll try and adjust a little bit so that...
Makes a lot of sense. I came across some interesting research this morning from the British Journal of Psychology that says that our perceptions of old age are pretty malleable as it happens. This new study suggests that the older we get, the later old age starts. So our perceptions on when we get older are changing. So I wanted to hear from you whether that's an opportunity because people will start looking into getting older better, or is it a problem because people might start pushing important decisions about longevity till much later? Fabian.
Well, first of all, I think it's great if aspirations increase. So always you have to have a goal, and people just expect to be old later. That's a good thing. That means you stay more active longer and you prepare yourself maybe for a longer life. So generally, I think that's positive. Now you could argue, does it mean you are pushing out decisions that you ought to take early to later? And maybe Nicola, you can have a better view on this because you can see it in the data. No? If you wait too long, then that's a problem. So maybe there is a problem that people actually wait with some of those decisions longer, and that will hit them later.
There's certainly a problem of fertility. We know that that has a barrier, more for women than for men, and we know what this looks like right now, just looking at how big the IVF space is. And there's many other problems that come with it, but I think as we have better technologies and as we push healthcare to eventually go into the preventive space, there'll be less and less of these issues, and we'll have technologies to manage the consequences. And I think the biggest challenge is that healthcare has been designed to delay death. So we're detecting your problem at disease stage and then keeping you in a semi-functional state all the way until older age, as long as we can keep you alive. But these extra years that we've got, in the last 50 years we got, or in the last 100, we got 20 extra years of life. We didn't get those extra years in health. And one of the reasons for it is because our diagnostics are designed to detect disease when organs are not functioning anymore and we have to drug them to maintain them. Well, now we have molecular markers that can indicate disease up to 10 years before a clinical diagnosis. And if this becomes part of healthcare, you'll be screened as a 20-year-old, telling you, hey, you're heading towards diabetes in 10 years, or you're heading towards autoimmunity, or whatever your unique risk factor is, and then manage that and delay that. So you're getting these extra years in health, not in disease. And I think this changes the perspective of longevity. Because right now, yes, it's costly because we're dealing with diseases purely, but this will be far more cost effective and will hopefully suppress this curve, this time frame we spend in disease.
That makes a lot of sense. Lots of food for thought, but unfortunately that's all we have time for. So thanks so much, Lina. Thanks so much, Fabian. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Next, we're getting a glimpse into a science fiction that is now within reach. Imagine a world where your thoughts can control technology. It does sound futuristic, right? Well, Chief Commercial and Clinical Officer at Precision Neuroscience, Jaime Strauss, is here to discuss how brain-computer interfaces are transforming from theory into practice.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My first time at Web Summit. I'm usually attending medical conferences, but this has been a great show. My name is Jaime Strauss. I'm the Chief Commercial and Clinical Officer at Precision Neuroscience. We're one of the leading BCI companies paving the way. My background a little bit, just to set the stage, I started my career as a neuroscience ICU nurse almost 2 decades ago, which seems unbelievable. And then I went on to build neuroscience programs across the United States as well as internationally, and was a healthcare executive. I then spent 4 years at Viz.ai. It was a unicorn startup for AI in healthcare, where we built imaging and ML models to rapidly identify disease. And now I've been at Precision Neuroscience. So how many of you in here actually really knows and understands what a BCI is? Raise your hands. Okay, so I'm gonna do my best in 15 minutes, which is not a lot of time, to try to get you to understand what a BCI is. I want to really start kind of setting the stage on who BCIs are intended to help, right? All of you, I'm sure, know Elon Musk, have heard about his thoughts around Neuralink and what that will do for the human species in symbiosis with technology. We're positioned a little bit differently at Precision. We really focus on clinical initiatives to really help patients who need it the most. So if you think for a moment, you wake up one day finding yourself unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do the simplest things. How many of you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is pick up your cell phone and you start looking through your emails, seeing the notifications that came in? For some people, that's not possible anymore. I want to share a couple of stories with you that have personally impacted me. This first one is George. You can see here in his bed. This when I was the vice president of neuroscience in Miami, George came into my stroke unit. He was in his mid-20s. He was on his way to work in the morning, and he had a massive hemorrhagic stroke. What that means is a lot of blood in the brain because one of his vessels ruptured. From that, the only thing that we could do to help George was to take a big piece of his skull off and allow his brain to swell. And when we do that, that allows the brain to swell outwards instead of swelling down, where that can cause herniation and brain death. Little did I know that morning when we responded to that stroke alert that George would end up becoming a resident on my unit and spending 3 years with us, because we had challenges of getting him placed. So he became family to us and my team here. George's deficits after his stroke, he spent a long time in the neuro ICU, and then George really had a hard time, was not able to walk, so he's wheelchair or bedbound. He was not able to feed himself. He was able to speak, and he was able to eat somewhat, but he needed assistance in everything that he did. So every morning when I went to work, I would walk down the unit. I usually had heels on. George knew my walk so well, he would call me and say, "Jamie, come in here." And I would go into the room and he would say, "Get my phone and call my mom." So George wasn't able to utilize his phone on his own to communicate with his mom, who lived in Cuba. So I would have to take the phone, pick it up, call, put his password in, dial the number, stand there, hold the phone for him so he could have the conversation with his mom and make sure she was okay. Then he would make me text his sister, who lived in Miami, and really all George wanted to know when his sister was going to bring him donuts, because that was his favorite thing to eat. So I would have to send all of the texts for him, or somebody on my team would. So you think about the most basic things that we do every day, George could no longer do on his own. And little did I know, even being in neuroscience already at this point for over 10 years, that brain-computer interfaces were a thing, and they existed in the academia setting. So I didn't know that there was something that potentially could help George. Or if he was in an academic setting where this technology was available, he may be able to truly, what a BCI does is allow you to control devices with your thought alone. This is a personal story. So this is my father-in-law here in the green. These are my 2 kids who are much older now. But this is one of the only pictures I have of my father-in-law with my kids, which, my son's now 19 and my daughter's 17. Tim lived in Pennsylvania. We had kind of moved around. We were in Miami, Atlanta, North Carolina. And my son is now a professional race car driver that I can thank Tim for, from when my son was getting him involved. Tim was diagnosed with ALS, which is a devastating disease. Many of you have probably heard about some individuals with ALS, But what ALS is a progressive disease that you slowly lose your ability to use your legs, use all of your muscles. You no longer can swallow. You no longer can talk. You can't breathe on your own. You often require a trach that breathes for you. And Tim was diagnosed in December of 2023 and progressed very rapidly and passed away in June of 2024. One of the things I will say is that we had a relationship and we would text, but he went a long time without seeing my kids. And I think we both thought that we had more time. We thought that there was going to be time after the racing season, we could go see him. Or maybe, we could figure out a way after he got diagnosed that he could come down and see Donovan race, because he never saw him in any of his professional races, except on the TV. When Tim passed away and we went to the funeral, Mary, his wife here, expressed to me that Tim had some regrets. And there were things at the end of his life that she felt that he wanted to be able to tell his grandkids that he couldn't. So this is, two stories that have personally impacted me and why I am involved in BCI and really passionate about it. There's so many advances in medicine where we're able to impact the acute part of disease. So we worked decades on stroke care that we can now go in with a little catheter and pull clot out of the brain, and that person has function restored. But for many people like George and Tim, that's not an option, because there either aren't treatments, or they didn't get there in time, or their injury was so severe that there's nothing able to help them. So when we think about disability, and this is specific to the United States, I know we have people here from all over the world, but disability is really, any condition of the body or mind and an impairment that makes things more difficult than any able-bodied human to do. So in the United States alone, and let this sink in, it's pretty substantial, right? 1 in 4 people, adults in the United States, have some type of disability. And we break disability down into a number of different areas, right? You could have cognitive disability, inability to wash yourself, dress yourself, we call that self-care, mobility issues, you're wheelchair bound, or you even you need to walk with a cane. And what happens with disability is it is really a heavy, heavy, heavy cost on the healthcare system. So when I was a hospital executive and we were building programs, we had to often think about what was the cost of care across a patient and family's disease progression, and how do we make sure we keep them as optimized as possible and prevent them from coming back into the healthcare system. So, you see $868 billion just on disability alone is a huge cost. And we have a community advisory board, and we have a number of patients and families that are on our board that help us design and give us input on our product. And one of the biggest things that we learn is that when somebody who has a spinal cord injury is usually young, they're working, they have a job, their significant other is young, working, has a job, they become the caregiver for the person with the injury. And when that happens, they both no longer have incomes, and the caregivers are often not paid for caring for their loved one. So what happens is that median household incomes then comes down to about $18,000, which is really, really low, especially now with how expensive everything is. So, not only does disability have the physical impact, it has the emotional impact, the isolation, right? Depression comes with that, inability to have your own independence and your own ability to interact, in privacy. So what is a brain-computer interface? So really, it's exactly what I said, the ability to take your thought and control a digital device. We live in a world, I see everybody out here with their phones. Our phones are with us all the time. The reason why BCIs are now becoming a thing is because of all this technology and technology advances we have. It creates a direct communication pathway between the brain's electrical activity, and it puts it in an output. And that could be a variety of outputs, right? It could be George being able to think what he wants to text to his sister. It could be Tim being able to think what he wants to say to his grandkids and being able to do so through the connection of devices. Every decision that we have, every time I take a step here, every time I move my hands, there is all this billions of neurons in my brain firing off that triggers this neural activity and this intent for something to happen before I actually do it. And I'm going to show you what that actually looks like in a minute. So, you know, why BCIs now? And why is there now this ability to what we call commercialize, right? Bring these to the massive amount of people that need it. So BCIs have actually been around for a really long time. Again, like I said, 10 years ago, I didn't even know it was a thing for George. But really, the first time BCIs were founded was in 1924. There was a German psychiatrist who identified the brain's electrical activity on waveform. And then we had our first ever BCI clinical trial in 1995. Now, it was not implantable, it was external, it connected to the body with the device. And then our first implantable BCI clinical trial was in 2004, so 20 years ago. These technologies have lived in academia. There's prototypes, devices, but where they could, we've seen videos where somebody with a BCI has been able to create art through Photoshop. We've seen BCIs where they're able to control a computer and play a game. I don't know how many of you have seen Nolan, right? He can play chess with his Neuralink device. There's ones where they're able to control a robotic arm to have a cup of coffee just by their thoughts alone. And really why we're entering in this ability to commercialize, because now we have the ability to take it out of the research lab. So these labs were created years ago where anybody with a BCI would have to travel there every day, work with the scientists, work with the researchers, and spend hours a day in a lab, which is challenging for some of these people who have disabilities, right? They may need to move, they may need to live close to the center, they have to be able to get, you know, transported there. But because of some of the technologies we have in the advances of wireless technology, 5G, Bluetooth capability, some of the microfabrication advances of how we create miniature electronics that now we can house into a small equipment and then allow it to enter the body. This is really what's allowed us to move to what we're calling commercialization of this technology. The other big thing is capital investment, right? 10 years ago, if you would have went to VCs and been like, hey, we're going to commercialize a BCI, they would have been like, yeah, sure you are. It's been around for how long? But that's where we are now. So a couple weeks ago, Morgan Stanley put out a primer. If you're following in the BCI space, you probably have read it. But Morgan Stanley estimates the BCI market to be a $400 billion market. That is one of the largest emerging markets that we've seen in medical device for a very long time. Morgan Stanley looked at a variety of diseases that would be impacted or types of patient populations that would be eligible. At Precision, we are a physician-founded organization. We are really focused on some of the acute areas such as spinal cord injury, stroke, and ALS. And with that, currently in the United States alone, there's 400,000 existing cases that would be eligible for a BCI on our analysis. And there's 30,000 new cases every year. So you can see that this becomes a very big market for investors to invest in and gives us the ability as the innovators and the companies to raise capital, because getting a medical device from inception to prototype to manufacturing to clinical trials to different phases of clinical trials to getting through FDA regulatory to then putting a huge sales and marketing initiative behind it costs hundreds of millions of dollars. So what is the Layer 7 cortical interface? This is our device. I actually have it here. If anybody wants to see it and touch it afterwards, I have it. So this is thin film. And what you can see here, see if my laser does not work up there. Okay, if you look up at the top by the glove, see all those little dots? There's 1,024 electrodes up there. It is one of the most dense electrode array that exists on the market. Why is that important? That is important because each one of those little dots, and a lot of them you cannot see with the naked eye, represents a size of a neuron. And this allows us to record data as well as stimulate. So we call it bidirectional. We can read the data that the brain's giving off, and we can also stimulate to give people capability to control like a robotic arm. In order for this device to be effective, I mentioned that we are a physician-led organization. Our co-founder was also on the co-founding team of Neuralink, Ben Rappaport. He's an active neurosurgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. He really believed that there was the ability to have a brain-computer interface that was no longer penetrating. If we look at some of the devices that have come to market, you will see that they all penetrate healthy brain tissue. Ours sits directly on the cortical surface of the brain. It is the only brain-computer interface that is minimally invasive inserted, reversible, and has the highest bandwidth. Bandwidth is really important, as well as coverage of the area on the motor cortex, because bandwidth allows us to interpret as much data as possible and put it into an output through our AI and machine learning very, very quickly. And when we're able to do that, what does that actually mean in real world? Current technologies where some of these are used in ALS is an eye gaze technology. That allows a person to have an output of 10 words per minute. I want you to sit and just say 10 words per minute and see how much time passes in between those words. It's a lot. We as humans, depending on how fast we talk, we speak anywhere to 100 and 150 words per minute. I'm speaking a much faster now because I don't want to run out of time and I want to get to the good stuff. So this is our device. And again, I'm going to try to show you, but I don't have a laser. So the array, what you just saw, what we just talked about, right? Sits on the cortical surface of the brain. It does not penetrate healthy brain tissue. The thing on the top here, we call a subgaleal. This houses all of the miniature electronics. That's a whole computer board in there that allows us to take the neural signals that are coming off the brain, interpret it, and then we transmit it wirelessly out. The lead that you have coming down connects the subgaleal to what we call the chest wall unit. This sits below the skin. The subgaleal does not sit on the brain. We take the skull and we have a little bit of we kind of resurface a little bit and it sits right beneath the skull in a recessed way. How do we get the device in? So think about George, we talked about, had to have that big decompressive hemicraniectomy, right? Had to take a big chunk of his skull out. Same approach applies to any penetrating electrodes that are being inserted in the brain. It's called a craniotomy. What happens is a patient comes in, they get their head shaved, they go under the OR, they have a long surgery time, long anesthesia time, they remove a piece of the skull, they put the device in, they put a piece of the skull back on. If you think about a patient that has a spinal cord injury, being under anesthesia for 8 hours or laying flat for 8 hours puts them at a lot of risk for skin breakdown, complications associated with it. And we, because of our physician-led organization and Ben's vision, we developed and patented this device. So this is, it's called a cranial slit. Basically, take a little saw, don't need to take away much hair. Thank God, I wouldn't want anybody to shave my head if I needed a BCI. They do a little slot, and they slide the device in down through the dura, and they anchor it in that way. And then the subgaleal is placed underneath there. This is really like, remember when we used to send mail, right? And we put the letter in the mail slot? This is exactly what that is, sliding the device onto the brain. This is the device on the brain. So you can see the brain is not flat. You have gyra and sulci. Gyra, think of like little mountains. Sulci, think of little valleys. Our device sinks into those valleys to make sure that we're capturing as much of the data as possible. This is one of the coolest things that I have seen in my neuroscience career. So what you are seeing here, remember the electrode, all the tiny dots? That is the brain thinking in real time. So this is brain thinking in real time based on data that we collect and interpret off of the device. First time I ever went into the OR, we were putting 4 of these on a brain, right? Because they're reversible, modular, minimally invasive, we can put multiples on. And the surgeon for the first time sat there and said, wow, for the first time in my career, I am seeing the brain think. So pretty remarkable. We are currently already doing clinical research at 3 of the leading institutions in the US. We have more coming on board. I want to quickly give you a little bit of an overview of some of the work we're doing. For most medical devices, it takes 8, 10, 12 years to get to first in human, as we call it. Because of our device safety profile, we have been able to, under 3 years, implant our device in 26 patients. And that's really, thank you. Thank you. Because of the way that we designed it, right? That non-penetrating lowers the risk of the surgery. So we are working with patients who are already undergoing some type of brain surgery, whether it's a brain tumor resection or whether it is deep brain stimulation. We're putting the device on the brain, we're collecting data. I'm just going to show you one case because we're almost out of time. This is awake language mapping, so this is really the brain thinking before a patient speaks. This is a patient who has a brain tumor, which you can see the arrow. What happens in these cases is we wake the patient up. So we wake them up during surgery because we are making resections around the tumor where there is very critical areas that we don't want to injure, whether that's motor or sensory function. So we're removing the tumor, we wake the patient up as they're making their surgical decision. We are asking the patient to speak. And what you're gonna see here on this video is you can see the light up is the brain thinking before they actually are having the motor intent to speak. And we're having the patient say words. So you can see here 3. But you can see the brain thinking before the action actually happens. This is another case, but I'm out of time. So I just want to say thank you. I'm around if anybody wants to learn more. Here's a QR code. We put out monthly newsletters. Please sign up. If you are a clinician or work at a clinical site and want to talk about becoming a clinical site, happy to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Our next session is a fascinating dive into the resurgence of psychedelics in modern medicine, blending centuries-old practices with innovative tech to offer new hope in treating mental health. Please welcome Donna Sound, reported at CTV National News and Indigenous Circle, and Agnieszka Sekula, co-founder of Enosis Therapeutics.
Hello, Agnieszka. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to this amazing speech today, and thank you all for being here. And I want to thank Web Summit and everyone, all the workers and employees at Web Summit for bringing this amazing conference together. It's been such an amazing week. Okay, so tell us, what are psychedelics?
Let's start with the easy question. So when we're talking about psychedelics, we're talking about substances that are either natural or synthetic. And a lot can actually be revealed by the terminology itself. So what psychedelic means is manifesting the soul or the mind. So psyche is the soul or mind, depending on translation, and delia means to manifest. There are 2 other names for psychedelics as well that are interchangeably used. Hallucinogens, which refers to the ability to change perception or sort of manipulate what we perceive the world to be. Or empathogens, which means that they increase the sense of connection to the others, to the world, and also to ourselves. There's two main things that we can focus on when we speak about psychedelics. There is the biological basis, which, to be honest, is still not completely understood. Or there can be the focus on the phenomenology of the actual experience that people go through. And I think that's probably something that is more relevant to most people in the audience. When we're speaking about that, we mean the altered state of consciousness. And that altered state has, again, a number and a range of definitions that are quite difficult to grasp. But what I usually say when I refer to it is that it's a discontinuation of the narrative of the self and of the self as it exists in the world. So we start to perceive ourselves in a completely new way through the experience itself. The experience can be beautiful or blissful. It can give us a lot of sense of joy. It can be inspiring. It can provoke a lot of new perspectives or ideas about our life. It also can be very challenging. And it is actually that challenging part of the experience that therapists can tend to like to work with the most, because that's the thing that reveals the most about our deepest psyche. That is the thing that we like to work with in order to really take the most out of the experience. And the role of the therapist is to prepare the patients to have as much openness and courage as they go into the experience, so that they can go through those challenges and they can go through the entirety of the experience as deeply as possible.
Well, can you explain some of the outcomes and experiences that one would get while using them?
So very broadly, the most important or one of the most prominent aspects of the experience are the insights that we gain from it. The insights are new perspectives, new ideas. It's a certain deeper knowledge about ourselves that we gain from going through the experience. They are incredibly profound quite often. That's what patients report, that they feel like they have revealed some sort of deeper truth that is subconscious. And so it's quite easy to trust that truth. But they also have a few other properties that are a little bit, that make them a little bit more difficult to sort of process. One of those properties is that the insights do not emerge in a way that we are used to having thoughts in our regular days. They don't present as a logical narrative that we can immediately interpret, but rather they are experienced as fragments. So fragmented kind of information that is quite chaotic and lacks the references of our day-to-day. It's kind of like isolated from that self-referential processing, which means that it's quite difficult to link it to anything that we understand from our day-to-day. And the next thing about them is that it's not just the thoughts that come to us, it's also a lot of other experiences that are associated with those thoughts. Some of them are very emotional, so we can feel emotions very deeply in association to a thought that we're having, even if that emotion is disconnected, because again, we're lacking the reference of the day-to-day. So we might be experiencing a memory, for example, memory that would normally make us angry, a memory that we understand as something that made us angry. But instead, we are feeling the sense of fear or even love, and we can't quite connect the two. Or it can be perceptually completely different to what we know from our familiar reality. So there's that profound sense of those insights. There is that disconnected, fragmented nature of them, and there's that multisensory kind of property to the insights. They are incredibly powerful. However, they're also very difficult to put into words, and that is probably because they're disconnected from our day-to-day logic. So explaining it to someone else through a sort of a meaning-making process or through narratives that we're used to can be very, very difficult. And that means that it's hard to remember those insights even shortly after the experience. We can't put them into words comprehensively. We start to forget them quite easily. And so given their value within the psychedelic psychotherapy framework, the role of the therapist is to actually try and to maintain the connection to those insights as much as possible so that patients can remember them and can build on them during the therapy process.
Okay, give an for example, magic mushrooms are making a comeback in capsule form, right? And so people are taking them to for anxiety. Can you explain how that would work?
So
it doesn't. How it works?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether it's a natural substance or a synthetic substance, at least quite broadly. There's obviously some opponents to creating synthetic drugs and would prefer to rely on a natural product. It is necessary for research to create something that's synthetic because we can control the dosage much easier. And for research purposes, that is important to us. However, the nature of the experience remains the same. So if we are going through something that feels very profound and powerful, we can then gain fresh perspectives on old issues. So you mentioned anxiety. They're often used for treatment of trauma or depression. And the way we believe it works is that we have those insights about those issues that we faced in the past, and they provide us this new way of looking at the old issues. And so we can process them a little bit differently. We can process them through that sense of more positive mood that psychedelics enable us. We can process them through that sense of connectedness that also is one of the properties that emerges during the experience. And just have slightly different foundation for how we see the world and ourselves in it.
And where does your research fit into this?
So as part of our research, we looked at the mechanism called anchoring. And anchoring is something that is used in therapy in a number of therapeutic frameworks in order to associate a patient into a positive mood or a positive state in order to leverage that state further down in the process. So let's imagine someone lacks the sense of confidence because they're speaking in public. The therapist would work with them to evoke that sense of confidence as strong as possible, and then used an anchor, which very often is maybe touch, in order to anchor that positive state so that it can be evoked later. Now, when we were looking at the anchoring process, we realized that the way it's being used at the moment, it lacks the profundity of the emotional states that are being anchored. Confidence is not such a profound emotional state, and so it means that it's quite elusive. However, psychedelics are incredibly profound. They're incredibly strongly loaded emotional experiences. And so if we want to anchor them, we know we have a higher chance of success. And on the flip side, the state itself is so easily forgotten and it's so elusive that if we have a method of anchoring it, then we can leverage that method in order to be able to bring it back again later during the therapy. And that can be possible if we use the right anchors.
I wouldn't have thought that virtual reality and psychedelics could come together, but you've done that. Can you explain how that works and how you've done that, please?
Yes, I think given that we are at the tech conference, there will be a lot of people who are familiar with virtual reality. And the definition that we are often familiar with is that it is an interactive, computer-generated model that is immersive. However, there are different definitions of VR as well, and those definitions come from the little-known history of VR that is actually very connected with the history of psychedelics. And that definition of VR is experiencing something in essence that cannot be experienced in reality. That is what the first premise of VR was when it was being designed. And it was designed in accordance with psychedelic researchers at the time, which is Timothy Leary, who's a prominent psychedelic researcher, or an ethnobotanist, Terence McKenna. They were advisors to the first VR developers back in the day. And their dream was to use virtual reality to objectify language so that we can communicate in a way that is visual, and we can communicate in a way that is more connected to who we are. They envisioned VR as something that will help us to represent our dreams. And this is how we are looking at virtual reality. So the way we use it is not during the experience, it's actually after the experience, but shortly after, while those insights that I mentioned are still sort of remembered as vividly as possible in patients' minds. And they use the VR space as a form of a bridge into the familiar reality. They put on the headset shortly after the experience, and they record as much of the experience in the VR as possible. It's predominantly audio, so you kind of imagine like a folder with audio files, but these are the audio files that are all around you. So they're produced as discrete objects that you can manipulate and you can visually play with.
Can you explain the, I was reading about the, someone who has, you know, who has, everything has to be clean, and then they put on the virtual reality, and then, can you explain that?
So you start with a space that is quite basic, quite empty. We're just kind of creating a, ketamine is also used quite popularly. It's not a classic psychedelic, and there are a lot of people who wouldn't classify it as a psychedelic. However, it does have some of those properties, and the way therapists often engage with the process is quite similar. And the process itself is almost as important as the drug. So the fact that we have 2 therapists working with ketamine, the fact that we have the entire preparation and integration process are almost as important as the drug itself. And ketamine is used for a whole range of different conditions because it has less restrictions than the other psychedelics, given that it's been in use for a number of years already.
And what is your hope for the future in this field?
For virtual reality specifically, I would like there to be much more of the sort of blue sky research, which is something that is less targeted towards specific outcomes and more exploratory. I think we've missed out a lot within the VR space on finding out new mechanisms and new methods of using it, both as treatment, but also as just a modality for something that is very explorative for ourselves, because we were so focused on using it on things like gaming and education. And I'm just hoping that there's going to be a little bit more openness to being more curious and more courageous in using the technology for things that are less predictable.
Okay, Agnieszka, thank you so much for your time and talking about this. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next session is about the next frontier in computing, where science fiction is becoming science fact. We are thrilled to welcome co-founder of Dynex, Daniela Herman, who's going to open up the world of quantum computing for us. Let's give a big round of applause to Daniela.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having us. I'm the co-founder of Dynex, mission leader of Dynex Moonshots, and we're very proud to be here, invited by the Web Summit. So thank you so much, first of all, for that. What are we communicating today is the mega cycle in computing has started. It's the next mega cycle of computing, and it's quantum. The industries today face their limits. What does that mean? Industry facing their limits means the innovation capacity is limited because computing has reached its limits. And besides having AI striving for more and more, we are more and more challenged by having the power of compute. So the next mega cycle in computing is quantum. And we do want to be a vivid part of it. We announced on the 14th of October the 10-year roadmap where we are going to try to contribute to this mega cycle, making it reality maybe for some people faster than expected. So in the next 10-year cycle, we think that we will achieve about 25% of market share, which is roughly 4 billion market, and we expect the economy up till 2040 to rise to 800 billion power in compute. As we are shifting in this mega cycle, you can compare that a little bit from going from the horse to the car. We're going from binary to very complex computing and are now able to compute real-world problems at a complexity that you before weren't able to tackle, and now you can play with that complexity, which is amazing, and we made it available to everyone. If you look at that from what are we offering to the market, we brought to the market the available emulated quantum as a service, which allows you to compute up to 1 million qubits and allows you to solve real-world problems. What did we actually challenge in the market? We shifted from the exponential growth that you need with resources in compute, so you know your graphic cards, etc., where you need more and more and more to compute complexity. You are suddenly facing a reduction of energy usage, resource usage, and you are faster as such, because with quantum computing, you are facing a completely different speed level. Where are we moving towards as Dynex and as the Dynex ecosystem? We as well announced that we will not just stay at the emulated quantum as a service solution that is today available to everyone, as innovation is a right for everyone, as innovation needs to be accessible to any kind of striving of small and mid-cap businesses, which is at the heart of our values, as much as ethics is at the heart of our values. So what is the next thing? We will not stop innovating what we're doing today. We are innovating as well towards the ion drift silicon chip, as you can see here. And the ion drift silicon chip was announced as well on the 14th of October to have a prototype come to life in 2025, and then the following product types are going to follow into the market. The chips will become part of our ecosystem, which is a closed ecosystem we created, which conceives of a GPU, decentralized GPU provision today of an own layer 1 blockchain, which is at the end servicing us for, well, immutably registering any jobs that are done. That will allow us also to give a certain transparency to what is being computed. As well, it shows the network operations transparently. So the blockchain is an important pillar for security and transparency and ethical integrity in our system. We as well have then the subscription model where you can face in fiat currency, you can subscribe to it and easily access it, which allows you then to compute. As said, everyone can access this. So if you look at the use cases that we are involved in, we have use cases in the industry today. I'm always tempted to say almost everywhere, because why? We are facing use cases in the automotive industry. If you take crash testings, for example, that needs huge compute. It will be necessary to shift compute towards quantum. We also have other measurements, like wind channel measurements, that will be part of these compute challenges that we can now solve with solving real-world problems at scale. The same thing is in the pharmaceutical sector. If you think of multi-use of medicine, multidimensional molecular analysis, biotech, all of these sectors with having access to quantum will have a different competitive placement of their positioning, because when you are able to innovate on a higher speed and on a higher complexity as such, your span of innovation logically opens to a completely different universe and lets you create things you currently haven't even thought about. This also is for automotive, as I said, aerospace, as well. So the industries as such, be it telecom, be it finance, be it pharmaceuticals, be it automotive, and are all going to have an experience of a different way to compute in the future. And it's really the big shift from the binary 0101 and the big shift from the binary supercomputing that you all experience to going into a completely different paradigm of compute, which is quantum. And that will in all ways change the entire space and industries as we see it today. It will also cause new ones to uprise, new competitors to uprise with an innovation skill set to handle complexity and thrive on that complexity, and others that will, through the remainance in the binary sector, probably not thrive as quick and as broad as the others. The financial services industry, another example, trade optimization. We now use trade optimization as well in fintech, and it does really create a different dimension of optimizations that especially traders as such were not facing with the normal optimization tools we have at hand today. Telecom services as well. If you imagine, for example, the poles of the antennas where you still have the holes of your receptions, etc., is also a question of optimization of the networks, which you can do with quantum in a completely different, let's say, in a different span of complexity. It's as much as you can, throughout smart cities, suddenly make a multi-vehicle use of when do the buses drive, the trains drive, where's the traffic jams, etc. So you're playing with these different massive amounts of data points that suddenly become a completely different solving ability of yours than before. And again, to repeat, the Dynex ecosystem, that was our intention from the start. We wanted to bring Dynex, the ecosystem, and the ability to compute with quantum to the market with an ethical, integer approach, because we do think any cutting-edge technology that is pioneering out in the market and is essential for humanity to stay healthy and thriving needs ethical integrity. And it can't be that we wait with our cutting-edge technology until regulators make a clear scheme of regulation, because that will cause already harm prior to it. So that's what we did. We created ethical tech, implemented ethical tech into our system, and if there are malicious intentions, we have flagging systems, and if we have a flagging system, it goes to the ethical committee of stunning market leaders that will judge if we reject completely the inquiry that was done. And at the same time, we created a further very important element, which is Dynex Moonshots. Dynex Moonshot is a separate investment arm of Dynex that invests with compute to alleviate the pioneers that are contributing in society, health, space, and nature to the change of the world, and is upholding for Dynex the ethical integrity with the ethical committee sitting inside Dynex Moonshots, being an independent advisor to Dynex. So this is what we created over time, and we are constantly improving ourselves. We are constantly innovating further. We will, as said, go into the different topics such as motorsports we are in to kind of support the systems on the different complexity, be it use of, be it with the use of the tires, the speed, the gasoline, etc. We are entering into infrastructure visions such as being together with HyperWorks, Hyperloop Italia. We are as well going into universities right now with Dynex Moonshots, having built and are developing a curriculum for the university to have thousands of students be educated in neuromorphic quantum computing. We are engaged at the shores of the islands for flooding to measure how, for example, coral reefs grow to protect the shores from flooding with natural barriers to not just directly run into the countries as we can see it right now. We've engaged in biodiversity dynamic calculations to simulate the biodiversity growth at a complexity also probably not seen today. So we are really going strongly forward to make innovation go to the next level thanks to quantum and making it easily accessible to everyone. What we've also are proud today to announce is that we are now together also with Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a great initiative in Africa, and we have announced them with Mamadou Touare to be our integration partner throughout Africa, and that is another big step for us, besides being already with V Technologies in India and having them actually be with us on the journey to become a global presence everywhere. So I do thank everyone for listening to me. Questions are not here right now to be posed, so I thank you for this, and anytime you would like to contact us, we are as well reachable. Here, I'm just going to open that for you. We are under @DynexCoin, and you can find us on the DynexCo, and my name is Daniela Herman. I'm constantly also on LinkedIn available for you. If you have questions, we are rapidly accessible for you. And if there is anything you would like to contribute to support our global kind of spreading out there, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
Next, we're turning our focus to one of the biggest challenges of our time, the energy transition. This session will explore how established companies and ambitious startups are teaming up to build a more sustainable energy future. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, editor at Diário de Notícias, Ricardo Simões Ferreira, and our speakers, Chairman and CEO of Liebreich Associates, Michael Liebreich, and CEO of EDP Innovation, António Coutinho.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Michael, hello, Antonio. Thank you so very much for coming. Thank you so very much for being here to talk about energy transition. Well, let's start this because we don't have much time. We all agree, everyone agrees, it is totally indisputable, so don't get me wrong, that climate emergency demands a really fast energy transition process. However, we hear many times very high-ranking officials, namely the UN Secretary General, for instance, António Guterres, stating things that the planet is running out of time, well, fueling, no pun intended here, that in 30 years' time we will all going to die or something. Do this sort of catastrophic discourse help the cause of energy transition that we must do? Michael, we can start with you.
Yeah, so let me address this question of what happens in 30 years and try and clarify it. Mm-hmm. So there's a difference between the time that we have to course correct, to change our energy systems, and the time when really bad things start to happen. Mm-hmm. So if you're worrying about sea level rise, you really don't worry about 30 years. You worry about a few hundreds of years for the ice sheets to melt.
Okay.
Why do we talk about 30 years, though? is because if we don't act now, it will be too late in 30 years.
We really must act now.
And some people conflate when the impact, so you've got the impact time, which is decades and centuries, you've got the action time, which is now.
So we really must act now.
We have to act now.
Antonio, what's your point on this?
And moreover, I think that fear is always works as something to push for action. But in some cases, and particularly on this one, given that we need to have a very systematic approach to the energy transition, to move away from fossil fuels to a more sustainable world, this requires that we be very systematic, very diligent on the way we put things in order for them to happen.
But getting this idea of acting now, the way to act now is through innovation, is through technology. It's the best weapon we have. Don't you agree with me?
Yes, and I think, let me start with
please,
this.
Antonio, please carry on.
I think that 70% of the emissions today, they can be replaced and covered by existing technologies. So although there is an element of improving technology that we don't have yet, or are in the very early steps for them to develop, I think that the main story is all about adoption, speed and scale, delivering the things that will enable to reduce emissions really fast.
So we are talking to people that probably they are developers, they are inventing and creating both on technologies that already exist and developing on them and creating new things and creating new ways of doing it, and they sometimes have some problems to put them in the market, and that is another challenge to put them. Does EDP, for instance, have any ways of helping them to do it?
Yes, we have. I think we truly believe on the open innovation, and it's not something that is fancy now. We have been working with this since 2009, and since 2016, we have run 140 pilot projects with startups. And this is a way of bringing solutions that are being developed by startups in the market towards our business units. We started a program called Starter. Starter. And Free Electrons.
Okay.
Free Electrons is another one. So we have several.
Oh, Starter and Free Electrons. Free Electrons.
Free Electrons.
Okay.
The Starter program is one that is mainly performed by EDP. We try to source technologies around the world, source also market solutions, and then we test them, and if they are successful, we do commercial contracts with those companies, and in some cases we invest in the companies.
So it's a way for people that have small companies or that are starting, that already have small companies, but they want to put them in the market, and then you filter them?
We end up working as part of their business development.
Okay. You don't buy the companies, but?
We don't buy companies, we invest in companies. We help the companies grow to adjust their solution to the needs of the market, and we are part of that market.
So you sort of become a partner of the company through a process, through the process.
Yes.
Okay. Michael, you have fingers in many cakes, as people tend to say. You have a podcast, but you are also an entrepreneur. So do you have any programs like this?
Okay, so I've got a couple of things that I do. I am an investor and I'm an advisor to investors, and I'm also do a lot of commentating, speaking, and so on. And those are businesses that I've started. So I'm an entrepreneur. Fundamentally, I'm an entrepreneur. And the area that I've been working recently in is actually scale-ups, not startups, but scale-ups.
Helping startups
innovations,
to,
right? It's getting innovations into the market, and I think that is when you talk about energy or you talk about climate, that is by far the most difficult piece. It's very easy to have a laboratory and to investigate some molecule that might be a fuel or a new nano coating that might be a catalyst, and the AI will make all of that much better and blah, blah, blah. But human behavior change is hard, and system change of the energy system is hard. It's an ecosystem. And I have to say, it's really fascinating here, because we're at Web Summit. We're at the this is the beating heart of digital innovation. And let me tell you, for all the people, if they're out there, I've done that as well. That's part of my background. During the whole year to the arrival of the internet, I was one of the people who was very, very heavily involved in pushing that. It is trivially easy compared to shifting an entire energy, transport, infrastructure, and industrial system.
Because we are talking about a whole, as you said, ecosystem, because we are talking a whole system. We're talking about a world, in a way.
And we're also talking, to be honest, about our model of innovation, our model of an entrepreneur. We have this model of somebody who has a brilliant idea, makes it happen, walks through a concrete walls if necessary, and then sort of dumps it on the world, which loves it and laps it up. But
then the world doesn't notice it.
That's not system change. You could even, if you look in our world, Elon Musk with Tesla has achieved system change. But it's really hard, really exceptional. There are very few examples of that sort of innovation.
So what's your plan to change that, to help people to change that?
I work with companies that I think are, they are on the scale-up journey. Every time when I see press releases about this breakthrough and that breakthrough and this entrepreneur and hydrogen and blah, 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 whatever, I'm really uninterested until you can see that the company knows what it's doing from a business perspective and from how to navigate, how to change that ecosystem. How are they actually going to, in energy, you can't achieve anything unless you understand it is regulated. It's regulated because you can't have the lights go off, the dialysis machines going off, right? So you've got regulation, you've got the network, you've got human behavior, you've got geopolitics.
So you yourself and people to help small companies and small entrepreneurs.
So I invest in small companies, and I also help companies raise money. I also, on the other side, help large companies and funds find the opportunities, the entrepreneurs and the teams that can actually do this ecosystem change.
To connect the two sides of the... Okay, oh, that's great. Now, talking about what can be done to the world right now, and what are the next steps? Because we know what's being... you, Antonio, know better than me, of course, what is being done to this revolution, let's call it. Like this, I believe, because we are now seeing the revolution of AI, of artificial intelligence. But when I talk about AI, I'm not talking about those large language models, what everything is talking about, Gemini, ChatGPT. I'm not really talking about this, because most people, when speak about AI, but our audience, of course, knows this, always think about this, but it's not. It's mainly automation. Small things. What is being done right now and at EDP, and what do you expect to be happening in the near future, and how does this help this energy transition?
I think that one of the biggest challenges that we have on the energy transition is that we just have to do a lot of things in a very short period of time.
Exactly.
I usually say that we have 25 years to complete retrofit the world's energy infrastructure that took us more than 200 years to get built.
So we're going to need really...
So we are going to really need a lot of automation in a way to just do more with the same amount of people that we have. It's not to replace people, it's just to increase by 3 or by 4 what we can do today with the people that we have. And the things that we are doing, and a concrete example that we did, we actually did some PR 3 weeks ago, is in a project in the north of Spain where we start building solar farms with robots. And I think it's very important to mention...
excuse me, sorry to interrupt you, but the robots built the part of the
robots built the solar farm. So what we did was we went to the auto industry that has 50 years of using robots in their facilities, and we kind of use all their knowledge to, instead of pick up a door or a window, they are picking up a solar panel and putting the solar panel on a tube and ensuring that they can build everything really fast. So I think that automation is going to play a very important role, and AI is an enabler of automation.
Michael, how do you see small startups and entrepreneurs, singular entrepreneurs, fitting into this?
The example that Antonio gives is great because it shows that what we're talking about in this sector, it is the physical infrastructure. Right? That was the point I was making earlier. It is physical infrastructure. Climate change is not caused by software. It's caused by power stations, apartments, heating systems, factories. So then you say, well, how can you change those as a small entrepreneur? AI, I think, is going to be very dramatic in the space. As an example, how much electricity can you put through a transmission network? Depends on the temperature, but not the average temperature, the temperature very, very locally. So AI can do a better job. AI can trade
calculating
power.
exactly in each point.
Yes,
and
using massive numbers of sensors, and then you overlay AI. Yes.
And optimizing at each point where it's the consumption and
Let me give a few more examples. If you have a battery, you're either buying electricity or you're selling electricity. Well, guess what? If AI can beat Kasparov at chess and it can do folding of proteins, right, it will be able to trade electricity better using that battery more effectively. If it's windy and you have people wanting to consume, who's going to match? Who makes the price signal that optimizes when you charge your car or run your heating? Again, AI is going to have all of these different points where it can be used. But those entrepreneurs have to know who to talk to.
That's the point.
To get those innovations.
Exactly the point.
Just sitting in a quiet room doing that will not work.
So we have to because we have people at universities doing research. We have people at small enterprises doing the research. Most of them come from universities. So we have to find a way to put all these people talking to each other.
Yeah, I think that the events like this one are very relevant. The programs of Free Electron, Starter, and so on is a very efficient way of sourcing solutions around the world, and then with the collaboration between big companies, the ingenuity of the startups, you start addressing and start aligning things and help them grow and be positive for their impact in the world and this great transition that we are having. Let me just add something on the sense that the world last year has invested 1.8 trillion. The world needs to invest 4.5 trillion a year. By the way, Germany's GDP a year until 2050, every year. So the ones that are not working on the energy sector, they are just missing a very big business opportunity.
There's a lot of money to be.
There's a lot of money to be heard.
To be earned there. So, well, my last question would be, what message were you going to make our audience? But you already did, then.
Yeah, I already did my part, Michael.
What's your message to our audience?
On the assumption that the audience are very tech-savvy, entrepreneurial innovators.
I think you can assume that.
Antonio's message is, get into energy, get into climate. One of my messages is, frankly, I cannot understand why you would work on anything else, given the importance and given the size of the opportunity. So that's where I'll leave it.
It's literally the planet that's at stake.
It could not be more important, yes.
That idea that we really must act now because the future is at stake, but that's not only that. But, okay, I'm going back to the beginning. We are not going to die in 30 years, are we?
We're not going to. You won't die of climate change.
No, I mean, I will die.
But we have to act.
Yeah.
But the other point, flip it. The opportunity is colossal. It's colossal. But you have to find a way in. You have to find a way in. You have to talk to people, find a way in.
Yeah, talk to people and put startups, scale-ups, big enterprises and universities to talking to each other.
And focusing then on the big problems, and we can make huge progress fast.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you, and thank you so very much.
Yeah.
And now, to wrap up the New Energy Summit at this year's Web Summit, I'd like to welcome a true pioneer in sustainable fashion, Sébastien Kopp, co-founder of Veja, the eco-conscious footwear brand. Please give a warm welcome to Sébastien, who will discuss how Veja is redefining what it means to be a successful brand, balancing environmental responsibility with profitability.
100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from
Good afternoon
apathy.
to everybody. Super honored to be with you here in Lisbon. So, boa tarde. Yes, I'm here during 20 minutes to introduce you to Veja and the path we have taken for the last 20 years. In 2004, we were 24, 25 years old, and we decided to leave our jobs. We were working in banks, and we left our jobs to create an NGO about sustainability. So we worked for big groups, big companies, big French companies all over the world, which were electricity company, supermarket companies, and we worked in India, in Brazil, in Argentina, in South Africa, in a lot of countries about their projects on sustainabilities. And the thing is, we worked during 1.5 years all around the world, and were super disappointed by what we saw. In fact, they were speaking a lot about sustainability, about environment, about social justice or economic justice, but on the field it was very weak and very small compared to what they were saying. So instead of working for those huge companies, we decided to create a small project and to create a different kind of sneaker. And so we didn't have a lot of money. We had only 5,000 euros each with my best friends, Francois, my partner. And so we said to ourselves, let's try to create, to deconstruct what is a sneaker. So we went on the path of what is a sneaker? Which materials do you use to make a tennis shoe? And so we went to chase the raw materials in Brazil to say, okay, we want to do a canvas shoe like Converse, but a Converse is made out of cotton. And so we said, what is cotton? And so we were a bit innocent and not very knowledgeable about what was cotton or what was organic cotton. So we went on field to meet producers in Brazil, in the northeast region of Brazil, Nordeste. And they were growing an organic cotton without pesticides, without chemicals, without what the industry is using to cultivate cotton. And instead of finding organic cotton, we found people, we found communities, we found cooperatives that were quite amazing. So the first we started working with was a cooperative of 27 people, farmers, independent farmers. They owned very small lands. They had some difficulties to find water, even for them to drink. They were really poor farmers, but they were growing organic cotton. So we spent time with them. We spent a lot of time with them to calculate a new price for the cotton. Because we thought that organic cotton, it was in 2004, we thought that organic cotton was a really special product, a very special plant. So we sat, we learned, and we decided to pay 70% more than the market price for them not to survive, but to live really on what they were doing every day. And so this was the cotton. We bought 2 tons of organic cotton. Then we make a thread. Then we made a canvas. And then we sent it to the shoe factory in southern Brazil. We did the same for rubber. So we went into Amazonia because the shoes and the sneakers in general, it's made out of plastic. All the soles are made with plastic today. And plastic, you know it's 99% oil. So I don't want to give you a lesson about oil, but it's not super sustainable. And so we wanted to replace this plastic by a natural material. And we found that in the past, sneakers were made with rubber. So we went to Amazonia, we went into the forest, into the jungle, to find cooperatives of not farmers, because they are not growing plants, but they're living with the forest in harmony, and they are taking from the forest without destroying the forest. And so we found a cooperative inside the jungle, and we sat with them, and we decided to buy 3 tons of rubber. Then we found a factory in southern Brazil which respects the workers' rights, which respects the wages, the hour of work every week. Because the big problem in sneakers, it's the way they are made. Like all the sneakers of the world, of the big brands, they are made in Asia, in factories that are, if we see it with our eyes, we wouldn't buy as we are buying today. So the working conditions are not so dirty, but the way of living, the life conditions of the workers are terrible in Asia, in Bangladesh, in China, in Indonesia, in a lot of countries that are producing sneakers. It's not respectful to the people. So that's why we chose Brazil also, because it's a country where workers' rights are very high. They have a lot of union trades, they have a lot of laws, social laws, etc. So, for example, it's a 40-hour week of work in the factories. And if you compare to Asia, Asia is more 70, 80, 90 hours a week that the workers are doing. So you understand our way. It's nothing difficult that we are doing. Veja, we just link incredible projects to one another to create a new kind of supply chain. And so we started not as a brand, but as an adventure. We designed a first pair of sneakers, this one, behind me, 20 years ago. And we went to see some stores with our backpack and saying, okay, this is what we are doing. This is how we are doing the sneakers. And everybody, everybody was talking only about Nike, Adidas, Puma. And so the stores, they were smiling, but they say, okay, you look nice, you look cool, you look a bit crazy, but let's try. Let's try. And so we delivered the first batch of the first production in 2004, and it was gone in 1 week. So from this time to today, Veja grew stronger, very slowly, but super strong. We continued in doing all the steps of the supply chain, meaning for the warehouse in Paris, where we store the shoes, we chose working with an NGO back in 2004, an NGO that is protecting the workers, that is doing social inclusion for the workers. So Veja is this. It's every step of the way, every small step of the way, we are trying to do better. It's not perfect. We still use plastic in the shoes. Maybe there is 3-4% of plastic in the shoes, but we, year after year, we go lower, lower, lower. And so Veja grew steadily. Now we have a team of 500, 600 people all around the world. We try to give our best every day to continue the project. For example, 3 years ago, we started to repair the shoes, and not repair only the Veja shoes, but all the brands of sneakers. We established cobblers, cobble place, zapatero, como a gente fala aqui, and we started repairing sneakers, and we built one place, then a second place in Paris, in Madrid, in Brooklyn, in Berlin, and in London, and it's growing step by step about repairing sneakers. And that's what we write on the cobble place. We say the most ecological sneakers are the one you're already wearing. Meaning, we are consuming fashion in a way that is harmful for the planet. We are consuming too much, every one of us. And to start this repairing program, to start repairing sneakers and clothing, etc., it's one way forward to the future we would like to see, to the future we would like to encounter. So Veja is not really a company because it's more a project, a living project, a moving project. We are not into chasing money or chasing investors, making the company grow, etc. We are trying new paths. We are trying to set an example that can be followed and that can be improved for a more ecological future, a more, I would say, equal future. And what we try to bring on the table is that it's possible to create a company with no advertisements, with no investors, with no money thinking, but a company that is chasing the wellness of the people all along the supply chain, all along the team, and that is improving every day. So maybe it looks like an utopia, but after 20 years, it exists, and it creates a path that says it's possible. So thank you very much. I don't have the time of the speech. I'm sorry, there is not a lot of time for questions, but again, thank you very much for listening, and have a good day and a great day in Lisboa. Obrigado.
Thank you for being with us at this stage. That concludes our program here today. Please make your way over to Center Stage, where our content continues.